Good evening and welcome to Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference, home of the Allen Institute for Human Rights. You can visit the Allen Institute for Human Rights at aihr.foundation. My name is Lily and I will be your host for the evening. The views and opinions that are expressed by our listeners are not necessarily the views of Targeted Massachusetts.
Has anybody said you can't be?
It is the goal of this conference to be a place where people who are victims of organized stalking, intimidation, electronic torture, and mind control in all differing forms and from various sources can feel free to openly and safely discuss any of their concerns, fears, strategies, hopes, and solutions for themselves, and to offer support, advice, encouragement to one another. It is understood that some people may not always agree with one another, so let's start this call with a willingness to agree to disagree, keeping in mind that it is more important for us to support one another than for us to always be right. Okay. Sorry if that came out kind of garbled because somebody kept, it was Doug. I was trying to open the call, Doug. Nobody can hear me? Can you hear me, you guys?
We can hear you, yeah.
I was going to say, because I was just talking to Deb. Doug, I think the problem's on your line. I am wearing earphones, the mic earphones. I want to make sure they work. As long as you guys can hear me. Okay. So anybody would like to talk, please. Welcome to the call, everybody. Who we got here tonight? Let's see. I'll open up my screen here. Oh, hi, Kevin. Hi, Selma, Alabama. Hi, James. Hi, Angela. I think I said hi to Angela already, but that's okay. Hi, several anonymouses. Florida's here. Timothy Emerson Lord, hello. Hi, AJ. Candace. Scylla. Hi, Doug. Hi, Name. Hi, Bird Lady. Wanda. And Sweet Bert is here. Big hugs to Bert. Big hugs. And anybody would like to contribute, please feel free. Anything new, anything exciting, anything you want to share, anything you want to just scream about? Doug, I think it's with you. People seem to be able to hear me okay, so not sure what's happening. It's going to be a quiet night. Let's see. All my cucumbers came up. They're about 3 inches tall. They're really sweet. It's so neat to see those little sprouts come up, you know. And I'm doing cilantro and sweet. What are they called? They're called snow peas, like the pea pod peas. So I trellised those. Got those trellised. And lots of beans. I'm going to try canning this year, I think, for the first time ever. I've only ever made homemade applesauce and canned that. So I'm going to try to make some pickles and some dilly beans with all the cucumbers I'm going to grow. If the bunnies don't invade and eat my cucumbers. I'm really hope. My neighbor just came to me today, and we were chatting, and she said that the bunnies Um, the bunnies ate all the leaves off of all her vegetables in her garden, and she has woods that abut her backyard, and I don't, and I think they smell Barkley out on the lawn, so I think the bunnies stay away. I hope. So I have a garden that I have 2 box gardens that are up on legs. They're about 30 inches up, so they can't reach those, but they can reach my cucumbers, and they'll be able to reach the zucchini. So those are on the ground, in rows. So that's it. That's the gardening update. Woohoo! And this is not the Lily Show, so hey, come on in and open your mouths and
Well,
talk away.
Lily, it's Deborah, and
Yep.
Because of my medication, like I'm about 30 pounds overweight, and that sure is, it does not feel good. And the good thing is my appetite isn't very big. I guess the medication slows down my metabolism so much. But also, I do love food and good food, but I realize I think about food too much. We're talking about a balance, eh?
Oh.
And I think I think about food too much.
Oh.
So I'm trying to like think about other things. I think it comes from maybe not having a lot of money for a lot of years, and I didn't always have enough to eat. I put too much thought into food, and I'm trying to. I realize that I do that.
You do? Well, you know what? I had a friend of mine who works, I think she's still in a city. I haven't talked to her in quite a while, but I found her online not too long ago. And she's the best. She's a cook. She caters, and she does private cooking too. She does private cooking classes online, I think, because of COVID. And she had the best statement. She said that cooking, food is love, and because it's nurturing. So you can add to the balance part of it is worrying about food would make it imbalanced, and then having food as love, right, is a nurturing thing. So you can balance the two out by getting rid of the fear and knowing you have enough, and then you'll be okay that way. And when you're and then when we think you're overthinking it, think about love, because it's very nurturing, and it's
It
really
is.
Cooking for yourself and others is a way to show that you care, because it's a primary need, So just think of it that way. Think about it instead of burdening yourself by worrying.
I think I need more. I need to get my love a little bit more from relationships, and maybe not so much. Maybe not so much from food, eh?
Maybe.
So I'm praying for that.
Okay. So balance it out, right?
Yeah, with a little bit more, and also I do tend, and I've only met about 3 people who told me they don't like that really full feeling. I think most of my life I liked eating till I was really full. I used to eat past that, but now I'm realizing just eat until I'm just full. But I've had 3 people tell me that they don't like that full feeling, and that astounded me. And so I'm trying to sometimes to give myself love. And it's okay to have some emotional eating. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'm not even hungry, but I feel my soul wants some soul food. And I don't have to overeat on it, but eat a bowl of something that is soul food for me, and it's comforting, and that's okay as long as I don't binge anymore. So I guess what I'm saying is
that's exactly right. It's comforting. It's loving.
Yeah.
And that's why people who are good at cooking, and if they can make an inexpensive dish, it's always good to cook for someone, I think. I think that shows love, too, when you're in a giving mood, when you have the money.
Also, some people, and I was more like this, stuffing down my feelings. I don't want to, I've realized myself doing this. If there are some uncomfortable feelings that are too painful to feel, I'll start wondering, what can I eat?
Well, there you go.
So that's not always a good thing.
Right,
So
exactly.
yeah,
So maybe
yeah,
you're trying to nurture with food, and that's different, right? It's
yeah. Well, if I'm
in the
trying to
sense
stuff
of when
down my
you're
painful feelings instead
you're
of, I think I've got enough strength now to feel my painful feelings, and
yeah,
it feels
that's
much,
the difference.
otherwise, this is why these herbal baths are another way. I thought, think of some ways, Debbie, to reward yourself or give yourself love without food. So these herbal
Yeah,
baths are
exactly.
wonderful. Yeah. Or just putting on some incense, some nice music, laying down and, and my soft bed and, burning sage and lighting a candle, other things like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so when you're in pain, that's a different story, But to be balanced and not afraid, about all those worries, you that's probably why you were thinking so much about it. And then when it is time to eat, you know, think of it in a positive way,
Right.
So it's a balance
Mhm.
effect. And by love, I mean it's loving to. You have to think of food as nourishing your soul,
Oh
and
yeah. And in some places, these dieting places, they make people afraid of food, like it's an enemy.
yeah,
And if you ever eat when you're not hungry, then that's something really out of the ordinary. When in fact, over the centuries, people have always eaten um, to celebrate and for emotional reasons sometimes, and that's
well,
not
I think
running from. It's like
you're
people
right.
don't eat
Yep.
just to fuel yourself. Some
No.
people maybe, uh, but food. It's okay to enjoy food as long as
Mhm.
it doesn't get out of balance.
Right. And I
Yeah.
think that historically, food is connected to survival, and always has been, right? So
Right.
people can very easily get very anxious about it, and especially if you're children. If you have children, you have to make sure you feed them every day. So that was
Mhm.
always a big stressor for me with my kids growing up. Doing food right, making it healthy,
Yeah.
dealing. I actually used to hate to cook. So I had to
What's that?
train myself to cook, to want to cook. That was hard.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
I've always had food issues because my body is overly sensitive to food. So it
So you
became
have food allergies, sort of things, food
no,
sensitivities.
yeah, I'm very
Yeah.
carbohydrate intolerant. So I'm very fortunate that I don't have diabetes yet. I don't, and I think that I don't have diabetes because I've always been very, very concerned over the years about eating too much carbohydrate.
So if you
Because
if you have too much, your blood sugar gets really high.
if I had no, I don't know because I don't measure it. But
Oh,
I do
okay.
when I do go to the doctors and they do blood work, they always check it, and it's always been very, very good. But I think it's very good because I've gone a whole year without one slice of bread before. I just don't eat carbs, or when I do, they're very, very small amounts because I
Well, what
gain weight.
happens when you eat it? Do you
When,
notice something?
oh, I gain weight really quickly.
Oh, you gain weight
Yeah,
really quickly.
yeah. I tested it. Not to, when I discovered keto, I've always lost weight only two ways, and that was with low carbohydrates, um, and or on keto. So the low carb diet or keto, which is they're basically very similar. But
Right, right.
so when I discovered keto, the keto diet, I was really intrigued because I lost some weight pretty quickly, and the
Tell me what the
diet.
keto diet is. I know a lot of
Well,
animal proteins, is it?
no. Basically, you're increasing your healthy fat, and you're dropping all carbs under 20 grams of carb a day.
So
So
really low carb. Yeah.
really low carb, but high healthy fat. And I
Healthy
dropped,
fat.
yep, I dropped 100 pounds really quickly. And
Wow.
yeah, so I was really excited. So, but before I started the diet, when I first learned about it, I started testing foods because I wanted to see what the carbs did to me. And I ate one bowl of macaroni and cheese, homemade mac and cheese, just a normal serving with a lot of it was homemade, so it was really cheesy. And the pasta and that, so I weighed myself, and then within 2 days I had gained 6 pounds overnight.
Wow.
from one bowl of mac and cheese. So I'm extra, extra, extra sensitive.
So can you eat a lot of do they recommend a lot of vegetables on the keto diet?
I do eat, yes. There are vegetables that don't count towards the carb intake. So I'm very careful.
And what about like meats and chicken and fish? Like
I all forms of protein, and I eat, different grocery stores are really good now about making keto products. So I'll get those, if I want chips, I'll eat those dried cheese things now. You can use them like a cracker, and they're really good. Oh, yeah. And
so for you found you have to really eat little carbohydrates.
Very little carbs, and my portions now are very different than they used to be. And I'm back on it, and I've lost another 3 pounds. I just weighed myself today. So
wow!
I'm really
you
excited.
must feel good. Must feel better.
I don't feel good. Yeah, I'm starting to feel maybe a little optimistic about it. So yeah, I have
that
to
you
really
won't gain it back. You mean you're optimistic you won't gain it back?
No, I'm optimistic that I've started the process again because I plateaued. So I kind of had I had to mess with it a little bit.
I think a lot of people have put on weight with carbs. I noticed this years ago. I decided to test it. I had just potatoes 3 times a day for a couple of days, but not overeating, just as much as I would if it were just vegetables like cucumber. Not overeating, but just eating potatoes. I put on weight.
Oh, there you go.
I put on weight from that when I wasn't overeating. Yet if I ate other things to that same satiety, that fullness, I wouldn't have put on weight. So I've noticed that too, that carbs easily put on weight.
Yeah, potato is I think potatoes are my favorite. Potatoes and any kind of my favorite.
Well, they're sort of they're a comfort food for me. One of my comfort foods. So.
Oh yeah, well you can do so much with it. I mean, hey, you can do French fries, mashed potatoes, and double baked, and vodka, all kinds of potato stuff.
I mean, lettuce, some watercress. They just don't do it for a comfort food when you need some comfort.
It's so true. I love me some potato. Mosquito alert. Oh, got it. Woohoo! Be gone. Okay, there, I got it. Anyway. So, yeah, potatoes. Can't
and what about exercise? I realized another thing, I was very big about trying to eat well and healthy, but exercise, if I didn't get a walk in or do my yoga, it didn't really seem a big deal. I did not put as much importance upon exercise as I did food, and I'm realizing that I have to. That exercise is very important, especially to get my metabolism going faster. And I think it's because I enjoy eating more than exercise. That's why it's. I don't always get my exercise in, but I do feel better when I do. But I just can't get it to be a priority.
Okay.
Like it should be.
Hi, I had an experience where during COVID I wasn't getting very much exercise relative to what I used to do, and I didn't really gain weight, but my cholesterol, my good cholesterol was fine, but my bad cholesterol got a little bit high. And my doctor said if I just got out and exercise like pre-COVID or even better, then it would straighten itself out, and it did.
Ooh.
So, so that's just walking, and then maybe going to a gym 3 times a week, and it got much better. And I feel so much better. Yeah, I thought I'd share that with you guys. Yeah.
I think we could always use more exercise, even if it's simple walking. I used to put so much
walking is so good. Yeah.
And
you can look at the scenery as you're walking and think about your problems and working them through as you walk, Yeah.
Yep. Definitely. Well, you guys are a quiet bunch tonight. What's going on? Everybody's in recovery mode from the weekend, must be.
Yeah.
My poor puppy
Lily.
had too many
Howard.
fireworks. Hi, Chris.
Hello, Lily Beth.
How you
How are
doing
you?
tonight? I'm okay.
Good. I had an uneventful but nice holiday weekend.
You did. Now, do you have dogs, Chris?
I have a Dalmatian, yes.
Does he like freak out when he hears fireworks?
No.
No?
He's pretty good about it. Yeah.
Wow, you're fortunate. My dog, he heard the fireworks, about a mile away because, the big show. And boy, he just freaks out. And I feel so sad for him, so I just held him through them. And then some of the neighbors started blowing him up way later, and he was like, oh.
I live in a secluded, secret area in an RV park, and we're not allowed to have fireworks, so it was super lit.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Isn't that cool?
So it's super what?
It was super quiet. Oh, it was very nice. It wasn't loud, but where my mother-in-law lives, it sounded like a war zone.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got the stop for my brother. My brother lives down near Orlando, and they went. They do every year though. He buys like the as much as you can set off legally in Florida. They do. It was just they put on shows. All the neighbors were there.
I'm going in the chat room. I'll be in the chat room a little bit. And then I'll go out and visit my kitties for a while. So have a very good show. Thank you, Lily Bell.
You're welcome, Chris. So anyway, so it's open mic. Anybody have anything they want to talk about, or any concerns? Any technology questions you want to talk about? Or see, we got some new names here. Hi, Maryland. Hi, Nate. Hi, Tracy.
I do want to say, Lily, can I you spoke with a guy last week.
I'm still waiting, Chris.
His name.
You start over, hon. I can't hear you, Chris. Can you start over? It's real choppy. It's real choppy for me.
Oh my goodness. Okay,
never
there. Mind.
That's better. I heard you then.
Oh, okay. Wait. You talked to somebody last week about them insane in his head that he was going to jail all the time. I tell you, they do that to me all day.
Oh, you get threats.
Jail. I'm going to prison. And I'm going to jail. I'm going to prison. That's the rhetoric I'm getting in my telepathy. And you had a guy on last week that visited at the beginning, and he was selling you the same thing. I just want to let you know that I'm having the same thing. Trying to freak you out. I know I'm not going to jail, but it's just ridiculous that criminals would tell me I'm going to jail. All right, anyway, that's all I had to add.
Yeah, I agree. It is ridiculous. I've heard that for years too. It gets to the point where you hear it and it's like water off your back. You just ignore it. It's just so stupid. It's just
I get to the point where I go, oh, it's such a refreshing vacation in a prison. I can get my meals, I can relax. Maybe it's too loud and I won't hear you, but you can't talk.
Yeah. No.
Well, I love you. What a lovely vacation. Maybe I'll write a book.
I wish. Well, I didn't want to be, to be honest with you, I didn't really want to be on here tonight other than like listening, but I'm seeing these little lights around where I'm sitting, and it's like they're trying to goad me on to say something and complain about them. So, yeah, it's like, why? So I will say that I get tired of this V2 saying that, they don't want to, it's like, haha, they don't want to carry me anymore. They want to be through with me, but yet they can't let me go. This type of nonsense. So And yeah, so there I said something, and yeah, and
I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, don't be sorry. It's what they do, you know. So what? It's like big deal.
I know, right? It's so useless. You know, I often get told that I really can't tell who's who when I have those types of issues, meaning the source of it. But yeah, I get the prison chat. But I get actual words like Guantanamo, you belong at Gitmo, you belong in the Gulag, you belong in Leavenworth, you know, stuff like that. I'm like, Leavenworth? I'm not military, you know. Where do I belong in Leavenworth for? It's just like, who are you talking to? You know, it's just so dumb.
Sometimes
really
when I go to take the trash to the trash room, you know. And I live in a senior building, and it's like, oh, you know, she's doing the perp walk, you know. It's like she's doing the perp walk, and then you know, we're letting her go down to the end of the hall. I mean, what, you know, when is this going to end, really? I don't know.
That's a really good question.
But I mean, to think, you know, yeah. So it's like, you know, I'm a normal person that likes to go to bed at night, get up in the morning, you know. I finished school. I'm not in jail. I'm not in prison. I have a degree in criminal justice, which, you know, in my later life, I got that. And, you know, come on, you know. So what do they have to do this for? You know, I don't know. One of them likes to chat about drugs, you know, and you know, and I mean, it's just, and they probably want you to speak up so they know whether you're hearing them or not. So, you know, I'm ambivalent about saying anything, but you know, I'm not going to sit there and, you know, have that whatever was going on. That's not good. So I hope everyone's faring pretty well tonight, and I bet things get better for everybody. Yeah. How's Dr. Duncan?
How is he?
Yeah. What's he up to?
Everything's good. He's doing pretty well. Doug, you got a hot mic there, mister. I don't know what you call that, but there's a lot of feedback. Yeah, on occasion we converse about stuff, about trying to understand. I always try to work on, when we talk, I always try to process what he means in the science part of it. You know, it's not always easy because it's a different it's almost a different science talk is a different language if you're not learned about it, right? So it's difficult for me. So I try to just stay focused, and I try to interpret exactly what he's saying. We just went over about the torture. I wrote it down as to why they torture. And I wrote it down somewhere here. And no matter how, it's so hard for me to wrap my head around because he tells it to me the way that he understands that they're doing it and why. He certainly obviously doesn't condone it. He says, well, this is what you've got to think like they're military and they do this for the development of this weapon system, and it takes torture for this. I guess they think it's this, and this, and what it does is when they torture us with these, just think the good versus evil or the shock of the words like you belong in prison, right? That spikes a little bit of adrenaline, you know, even if it's just small amounts, or then they'll do major trauma. And I guess what happens is that the brain alters itself faster, so they can increase the speed of trying to sort of program our emotions and stuff and how we feel.
But they don't have the right to do any of that. We're not enlisted in the military, and even if we were, we didn't sign up for experimentation.
Exactly.
They don't have the right to do any of it. We're not in the military. I mean, I wish they would really see that.
Yeah. I agree. I obviously.
And I don't accept it. I don't accept it, and I don't think it's some program. It's just, it's imposition. It's an attempted imposition. I don't see it as a program. I see it as a real imposition and a great illegality. And it is an illegality.
It ought to be stopped.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
They have taken liberties of their own to claim us as their property, to do these things to us. It's unthinkable, really. But
hi, Lily.
Yeah.
How are you?
Hi, Tracy. Thank you for your email. I'm sorry
sure.
I haven't been able to get back to you. I actually haven't. I was in bed a couple of days straight, which is not very often that I have to do that. So I just didn't feel very good, So I just haven't. That was about 2 days of my time this past week,
Yeah.
So I apologize.
Okay. No, I figured I still have a couple of things that just to get with you at some point. Just bounce a couple things off you.
I would love that. I would.
Yeah.
I would absolutely love that.
Yeah.
How are you feeling? How are you?
Not great, but hanging in there, going through a lot of medical testing, and I'm hoping that I can't stop this, but I can take care of the symptoms of it as much as possible. So I'm seeing a specialist in Denver and just going through. They're back at it again after my major intestinal bypass surgery that I had. So they're back at it again. So they're trying to ruin my insides, to put it nicely. But I sent you also a thing on 60 Minutes. I think they had something on a couple of weeks ago, and my mom watched it. And she's now even saying, "Oh my God, Tracy," she said, now I'm seeing that this is possible. It was on 60 Minutes, and they talked to another woman, CIA agent, that has the Havana syndrome, and she wasn't in Cuba, though. She was somewhere else. But I just started bawling because I'm going to try not to cry.
Oh, honey.
Not to cry. Because it's just been, my cat died. I told you about that. And when I watched, it was great and a lot of good information about the Havana syndrome, and she talks about what she goes through and everything. But she said that her dogs were throwing up blood. I know they killed my cat. So I just started bawling out after I saw that, because it's like, people don't believe us so much, or the system is set up to make us look discredited, like we're crazy or we don't know what we're talking about. Every time I see something that confirms what I know to be true, that it is going on, I cry.
Oh, it's going on. It's absolutely going on.
After my surgery, I cried because they went in and my insides were just completely mutilated, and the doctor told me they were. He said I didn't even recognize. Took me 4 hours to recognize what to even operate on in your biliary tree and your liver. So sorry for
Wow. Why?
Yeah, so,
what did he see?
Well,
what do you see? We'll talk. We don't have to talk medical on here if you don't feel comfortable.
Yeah,
but
anyway.
Wow.
But the point is, I just bawled after that, because I was like, I told you, because regular tests for my situation, regular tests do not show anything conclusive a lot of the time. You have to go inside my gut and see it, and then they see it, but it's not always blood test shows what's going on. It's not always, and you were saying a couple weeks ago that, if they say we don't know what's wrong with you, that's a big clue. Not being able to, the doctors, when they can't figure out your difficult diagnosis because they don't know where it's coming from. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
They don't know it's discussed. So that's a big clue, and that's a big clue for a person targeted with this stuff is that they can't. They have difficulty diagnosing you. So that's another clue, like you had said on the program a couple weeks ago. But anyways, I forget where I was going with this, but that is a really good program.
I just looked it up on my phone, and you didn't attach it, but I'll look it up. I know what show you mean.
No.
I'll look up Oh, that's okay. No, I didn't realize that you had tried to send me something.
I thought I had.
Because I couldn't figure out. You put it in the title line, but you didn't attach anything, so I couldn't figure out what you meant by the Havana syndrome. But I'll look it up. No worries.
Yeah, 60 Minutes Havana, and you'll see her. She's a brunette, and she was a CIA agent, and she was in another country, not Cuba. And then just shortly after that video on YouTube is a guy from Russia that is being treated at Walter Reed, and then it goes on, from there. But anyway, I wanted to ask, could you explain again what you were just saying about when they say something like the V2K or the torture, that heightens you up a little bit for them to do what again? Could you explain that process?
Yeah, so there's the way I understand this now, because as you know, I've done it for so long, like all of us, some of us have all done this for many, many years, decades even. I just knew that at times I would feel a little better than other times before I started shielding and before I did electrolyte supplements and all those things to help. I just, and I've listened to other TI's stories, and obviously for somebody to be tortured at this level, to experience the kind of suffering and the pain that we do, there's just no, there was no justification for it, if you will, okay? Just our personalities and something we did that pissed off the feds would make them do this to us just didn't suffice. It's because it was too sophisticated what they were doing. So for me, my reasoning always has to be, make sense. There has to be justification for this that must be much greater than what I'm understanding. Because think of it this way. You have to reason, and I really love the word reasoning, and it's really hard to reason when you're influenced with these weapon systems, but two lines of reasoning were the sophistication of what I was experiencing, and because I couldn't understand it for so long, and how they were doing it, whatever it was supposed to be about, the manipulation, and so I had to reality test it in my own way over time, because it made you question yourself. And so what I started realizing, and this was one of the things I started doing, was the people that they would use around me to manipulate me or whatever, comparing, it would be like, there are really good people on the planet that are not for sale and that would take a bullet for you guys. There are people like that. In fact, I think there's a lot of people like that. And I know some of the people that I know would never, ever, 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 ever take money to do the things they were saying. It seemed like they were a part of it. So I had to, when I start hearing things like out of the mouths of these people, I was like, okay, think of that, the nicest person you've ever met, your grandmother. Would your grandmother do this to you? Your grandmother would never do this to you. She would never, ever let people hurt you. And here they are using my grandmother as one of those mouthpieces once or twice, when I went and visited her. So then I'm thinking, okay, so let's revisit this. Let's revisit all the people that for a minute you thought were in on it, or for a long time you thought were in on it, and they had their own justification for it. And I had to set it aside and say, that's just impossible. So then I put the fault on me. Okay, maybe I have a real big imbalance and I'm reading into things or something, But then what was happening was I would have moments of absolute clarity because I knew I wasn't crazy. And I wouldn't have the same experience of people talking at me, like the ways it happens when the tech hits you. So I had to be reasonable about all of it. And then I backtracked. I would say, okay, let's go back in time and blah, 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 blah. And I had to have the justification for why I was suffering at this level never met with any reason for them to justify it, kind of thing. So in my travels, what I decided, especially once I discovered 2 years ago the community and what this was, I was like, okay, this is so beyond sophisticated that there's a reason they're doing this that is much more sinister or much more, there's something way, way big going on here. And I realized then that I was going to just absolutely, positively dive right in and figure out what the heck is going on that would justify. And then to hear there's a community of people that are going through all of this. And if there's a community of people going through this and nobody knows, then what the hell is it and who's doing it? So that was my so when, in other words, when they do stuff to us, they're doing it for a reason. They're not doing it because I was a whistleblower 25 years ago about whatever. Okay, they're doing it to me. That's the most common, or probably the first modus operandi of these types of groups is deception. So everything is deception, period. That's a rule of them. That's not just suspected. That's a rule. And obviously, to discover that these are neurological weapon systems introduces it into a whole new category of what the heck is that about, right? Hi, Chris, go ahead.
So what evidence do you have that something is happening to you besides the fact that you feel it?
That's a really good question. What evidence do we have? Well, sometimes we have to recognize that our own experience is good enough to know that what we're experiencing is real.
How is that since people have been experiencing such things since Joan of Arc?
Okay, so now
on your body.
Go ahead.
Physical evidence. Severe burns can be photographed.
If you have any burns, you can send to my email, sendmeevidence@yahoo.com. Burns do occur to people, and many people get burned. But what is your evidence that it is being done by a sinister force?
Because radiation is different than fire burns. The blister is very different, and those working in triage see that difference, and they're taught about that.
If you wish to convince people that what you're seeing is extraordinary, then you need to go to a dermatologist, and not just one, and then document that your condition has no explanation, and further, well, that would be a start. But have you done that?
I've been treated by wound.
Can I answer this, please?
You are very much aware of it.
Many of us actually do have readings from EMF detectors, radiation detectors, and physical evidence in the form of video and photographic evidence of these weapons being shot at us.
Okay. Then I have an email. I have an email called Send Me.
I'm sorry, but I don't know who you are. It's not my job to convince you.
No. Who are you?
Well, it's your job to convince someone, and since you haven't been able to convince any of the authorities, you're suffering. Do you want to continue to suffer?
The authorities invented
Who have you convinced?
These have been on sale, sir, since 1978.
Send me a link. My
Amazon.
Friend has tried to find me.
Hey, Melissa.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can, but
Melissa.
I don't know who you are.
No, show me.
Why can't you? I don't have to show you. It's all over the internet. You don't do your research.
I have an internet connection.
Why are you on the phone?
Hi, Melissa. So,
Hi,
Bert, it sounds like you're new to the call, and I appreciate that you're here. We don't just give out our personal medical information to people we've never heard from before.
Don't give out your personal medical information. Send me a link.
Well, you're telling us
where I can send. If you're not willing to do that, send me a link of a device that I can purchase that will cause these problems. You said you have one. Send me one. That's not personal.
I'm telling you a link right now. I am telling you a link. I'm not going to email you. I will tell you.
Okay, tell me.
You can go to www.amazing1.com. There are an entire array of these weapons that you can purchase online.
I will look at Amazing1.com.
Oh, but wait, I'm not done. Sir, if you want to ask questions, I'm happy to answer. Let me answer. If you go to the Wayback Machine and plug in that website, you can go back decades to see how long these things have been on sale. Now, many of the targeted individuals have written the man that owns this website. Okay, he's like a science teacher. He sells the blueprints and the parts. Okay, so we've written to him and asked and told him, hey, we are being targeted with some of these things. And he just basically says that's not his responsibility. He has a disclaimer on the website. People have burns in the shape of these weapons on their body. Okay, and those are also on the internet if you care to look. I'm a little curious as to why let me ask you a question, because as targets, we're not just going to randomly email somebody something. Are you a lawyer? Are you a doctor? What is your interest in this?
No,
why should anybody email you anything?
Well, I'll tell you. My friend contends that she is a targeted individual. So I want to find out if there's any evidence that can support. She has no evidence. So I want to see if anybody else has any evidence.
Oh, okay. So you should have framed your question better then. Instead of sounding so like, well, prove it. Well, we don't have to prove it to you. This is a lifetime of stories that you are welcome to listen in on, so that you become educated as to what our experiences are and how we handle them.
Years.
You've been
I've
listening
actually been listening for 10 years.
I've never seen your name.
That's okay. It's my friend that listens, and I hear it in the background.
Oh,
so I will look
great.
up Amazing.
If you've listened for 10 years, you shouldn't have any questions about what happened.
I have lots of questions. I've lots of questions.
Lily,
in fact,
it's a lot like this.
I've been
the
to your
CIA
conferences.
is also baffled.
I'm sorry, Melissa. Hey, Melissa, honey, I can't hear you. Hang on.
I've been to your conferences.
Well, I wish that you should just hang out and really listen to what's happening to us, and to recognize that whoever your friend is, if she's claiming to be targeted, or he or she, then you should absolutely, positively respect their position, because they are suffering unimaginably.
I don't doubt that they're suffering. The question is, why are they suffering, and what can be done?
We're
you
suffering
sound very
because
condescending. I'm sorry. You sound very condescending, sir. And if you've been listening for 10 years, then you should actually know better. No, excuse me. I don't cover schools.
Look,
anymore.
I'm on amazing1.com, and it's got anti-gravity.
Great.
Anti-gravity. I don't think I'm going to get any anti-gravity.
Directed energy weapons, microwave weapons.
No, but I'm saying,
don't do that.
if the guy is listing anti-gravity.
Why are you arguing? I don't understand why
because
you're arguing.
annoying.
The CIA is also just so baffled.
It's on.
Everyone seems so confused.
So, thank you. We don't want to get upset today, Bert. So we're going to ask that you just hang out and listen. And I haven't heard from Melissa, so I'd love to talk to her, Bert. And thank you for your questions. And if you hang out and listen, maybe you'll get educated more as to what we go through.
I've
or maybe
heard it
not.
repeated.
That's up to you. Oh, well, that's up to you then. That's your prerogative.
So,
okay?
Do you believe in anti-gravity machines?
So I have no idea what you're talking about right now, but I would really like to address it.
I'm at amazing1.com, and I see anti-gravity machines.
Go to the directed energy weapons, because we're not talking about anti-gravity machines.
How would you?
We are talking, and yes, you can go on YouTube. Sir, with some magnets and liquid nitrogen, you can and a gyroscope, you can absolutely levitate something. I mean, it's science, okay? It's probably a small little science fair project. I mean, that's not even a question. I mean,
we're talking about the most sophisticated weapon system on the earth.
And the microwave weapon.
Yes. This is the most sophisticated neurological weapon system, which is a subset of directed energy weapons that has ever been built by the United States military complex. Do you understand? And they experiment on people with it for many, multiple kinds of programs. Okay? One of them has, all of them are involved with psychological, torture programs. So that you should know that by now, and if after 10 years of listening. So I really encourage you.
I know that's your question, but you haven't shown that there's any reason that they would target you. They haven't shown any means of targeting you.
Well, wait.
So you don't have motive.
Now you're changing the rules. Now you're moving the goalpost. First, it was, prove to you that these weapons exist and that this is happening.
Yeah,
I'm
do
telling
that. You have to have means.
Why don't you educate yourself
all over the
and find
internet?
out?
You have to have means and a motive.
Do you always interrupt
You have to have
women?
means and a motive.
Is it everyone that you interrupt?
You're upsetting the call, and I'm going to mute you now or boot you. So you choose to step out.
You can mute or boot it to your desire.
There are many that you can see on the internet, pages and pages of them that are being used against us. And you can read the patents yourself, the year they were submitted, by whom, and what they do. Just go to the internet and do a little research. That's all you need to do.
And do not come on here and argue.
He's just here to troll. That's why he's being so smarmy.
Antagonist, protagonist or antagonist, yeah.
Yeah, we don't need we get that enough in our minds. We don't need somebody on here doing this to us, at all. And it's not that we don't welcome a debate, but we don't welcome the attitude and especially if you've been on here for 10 years. I don't need it. Nobody needs it. So, Melissa, what were you saying earlier?
Hi. Yeah. Hi. No, nothing. I just felt like piping in right then. I just couldn't stand it. One more second.
Oh, I know. I'm okay. We're all hanging in there, right?
Deep breath.
That's right. Well, I was in a big crowd this weekend, and guess what? They stopped messing with my ears. I'm not quite sure why that happened. It was only when I was in the crowd, though.
Oh, well, that's good. That's really good.
I don't know.
Any kind of improvement.
They couldn't hit me or something?
I have no idea.
It was weird.
I think I get intermittent at times, and then they disappear completely, and then they show up out of nowhere. So I like the entrainment beeps or whatever. I still don't understand fully the definition of what those are about, but adjustment or something. I have no idea. So
and even if it's silent, they're still
yeah.
doing stuff. They're still doing it. Even when it's quiet, they're still doing stuff to your brain. So.
Well, I was thinking about this, that sometimes when they put me through the ringer, so to speak, where it's extreme, and you're like, it's like, remember when you were a kid, you'd play Peanuts with your sister or your brother, you'd be like, Peanuts, that's how it feels like, okay, Peanuts, I can't take anymore, I just can't take anymore, because it's what we call the shift change. All of a sudden they show up 3 times a day, and you're like, oh, they're back, damn it. And then you have to play Peanuts until you can't take it anymore. And what I noticed is all that suffering that I go through in a day, I realize sometimes I'll wake up and I won't remember it happened, but I remember it was torturous. So I wonder if sometimes, if during the night, the reason they work on us during the night is they delete some of the trauma that's caused by the torture the previous day. Does that make sense? And it's kind of like Groundhog Day, but it seems like the torture, it takes its toll, and it's cumulative in our souls, but it's not cumulative. I don't know how to explain that. It's like the result of the torture is not cumulative. Once you get past the initiation into this stuff, the extreme trauma, and then you get through it, and then, which takes at least several years. And then you just learn to function, whatever that looks like. So I just feel like it's like I suffer, and I like I'm a wet noodle, and I need to go to bed, and then I wake up and I'm like, okay, I have to start my day over today. So it's like Groundhog Day, like what the heck. So I wonder, because they can induce stuff and they can delete it. That's what menticide is. I can't break down the words right now because it's late and I get kind of tongue-tied. But
they can also put stuff in while you're asleep that they're going to use for a skit or a scenario that day. Let's try this one. I've woken up having things I know input into my brain while I was asleep and not conscious, and then they've used that day, whether it's a nightmare or a manipulated dream or something else. And sometimes I remember some of it, and a lot of the time I don't, but they put that in during the night and then use it for that day. It's like if they start off in the morning, and it is like Groundhog Day, that's exactly the word I was thinking of. If you wake up in the morning and you start off thinking certain things, they use those as scenarios all day long, and they switch around. Does anybody feel that too?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
I think that what they do too is they look for things that evoke emotion to provoke you or to attach you to that concept, so then they can use it against you somehow to manipulate you with, which goes into the altering the brain state. When they do these things of manipulation, and this is what you were asking earlier, is why do they do the torture? Well, I went into the long story about the torture has to justify something, and I can't find a good enough reason other than they're experimenting on me. So then I ask why. Okay, so that moves us into what does the torture do then? Because they're not doing it just to be psychopaths. They're doing it for something. Well, it turns out our brain is like a computer. So they want to program us to see what it does to our behavior, to our thinking, to our everything. And what this is a really important point I try to remind myself, that they have a front row seat, if you will, of an actual way to look inside the soul of a human being. This is so much big. This is like the biggest thing ever. Once they realized what they had, they were going to bury this, and they were going to exploit the out of it, and all of us with it. So they now have the way inside of real people, and they can do it from underground bases, people. This is what we're dealing with. So here's my question, and you guys, I know some of you get upset with me because you misunderstand. I believe there are boots on the ground. I am a victim of boots on the ground, okay? But they are part of the puzzle. They are not the solution to the puzzle. They are a symptom of something far greater that we're all involved with. And here we go, ready? Now, we all know the kinds of people they have used to do what we would call perpetrators, like the kind of level of people that they don't seem very smart. They seem, they're in our head some of the time, and they're like, wow, these are real low-life characters, right? Okay, so let's just establish the type of people we imagine these perpetrators are. I've heard all kinds of people say all kinds of things about the level of the quality of human they're using as to manipulate against us. And we say, oh, they're perps, okay? Now, if that were true, and in light of the mystery of the Havana syndrome, and if your neighbors or these people knew about what they were doing to you, why wouldn't they come forward? Because let me tell you what, those kinds of people would love fame and the money they would smell it as an opportunity to say, I know what Havana syndrome is because I was hired to be a perpetrator, and whatever. If the you gotta use reasoning. If your neighbors were in on this, they would blow the whistle on what Havana syndrome is. Why hasn't anybody ever come forward at the level of people that these are? These people, listen, we're dealing with the most sophisticated perception. They're weapons of perception. They can make you believe absolutely in your gut that these people are involved. That's the name of the game. They want to distract you that it's this person or that person. Those people would come forward and go get money by telling you what the Havana syndrome is if that were the case. They would blow the whistle on what it is. And nobody's come forward. In fact, not only has anybody never come forward and said, oh, I was part of this, not only that, but the highest levels of the CIA don't even know what it is. When I hear these whistleblowing CIA agents like Milton Stewart and Kevin Shipp and Binney and Duncan and everybody else go, hey, they aren't even believed. And you know what I mean? So it's like, and they've come forward. So it's like the
perps with the weapons, Lily. I just want to say one sentence. The perps with the weapons, Lily, are signed into this with a silence contract, and furthermore, they are making so much money that they have no reason to do anything but keep making more money, and they're addicted to it. Right, Melissa?
Yeah, I agree, and I just think that, I read I think it was an Army document one time, and it said, and it was talking about targeting, and for every one person targeted, they're actually targeting 1,000 people around that one person.
Yeah.
I found that early on, and I always thought, oh, I'm not actually the target. I'm just the perceived target, or like we say in therapy, the identified patient. It's really, the family system.
I heard that they called the targets, because why would you want to use just one person? From their perspective and money perspective, why do you want one? I heard that the target is just the bait for everybody around the target.
Yeah.
We're the bait for them to use everybody around us. Why use just one person? It doesn't make sense.
Okay, but then answer this. Why? Then what's the point? If they're doing that, okay, why? Why are they doing this to us then? What's the big picture?
Money,
population control, money,
population,
money and power.
I think it's money and guinea pigging of the brain. That's what I think it is.
But I know many, that's very true, because I know many people who are targeted. I can name you so many right in this building that don't realize it. I'm just the only one that knows it, and that's why they're attacking me so bad. These people are being attacked in other ways, but it's a lot of physical aches and pains and migraines and backaches and sciatic problems, all these joint pains and everything else. It's all targeting.
Yeah.
Big sores on their
Look
legs.
how much Big Pharma would have to lose should this be stopped. Because they have so many, they're they are responsible for so much disease, death, and destruction. And there are all these new drugs come out. Like I saw one on the TV, a commercial for tardive dyskinesia, involuntary limb movements. And I have that as part of my torture every single day. So they've made a new drug, so now Big Pharma and the doctors that get the kickbacks get all the money for that too. And if this was stopped, they'd lose so much money. That's my opinion, but I think it's human experimentation at the highest level.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
The only part go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't think they're ever going to come forward and say, oh, yeah, well, we're sorry. Yeah, you caught us. I think it's full CYA mode right now. I think they're going to do anything they can to cover their butts. I really do.
Absolutely. And just
go ahead,
like
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Whoever's going to talk. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I was saying go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying it's the same type of structure in a way as Nazi Germany was. The higher ups, I don't know how to pronounce it, they were called the Luftwaffe, and they didn't even catch all of them. They were the upper echelon. The Third Reich were the boots on the ground. They used them, but they also killed their own. They used the Third Reich as a scapegoat, too. And I feel like, the ones that have the money, billionaires, to fly off in an airplane somewhere and go to some island because they're so rich, they will use the ones beneath them as scapegoats before they will ever let themselves. They'll cover their ass despite hurting so many other people. And the ones they use and acted like they were buddies with, they will backstab and use them. And the Third Reich was used in that way as well. I don't feel sorry for them at all, but that it was that type of structure. And they just caught, I think a couple of years ago, one of the German Luftwaffe, I don't know how you say it, that's the upper top crust, even above the Third Reich. It just caught another one. But anyway, I just think it's that much structure is kind of the same. Not that much, but it's kind of the same. And there will be some, they won't be able to catch some of them that have that much money to be able to hide the money to do so, but they will catch a bunch. Maybe not all, but there will be some, thank God. I believe that will happen eventually in time.
I just can't believe that with all of us, that nobody's ever come forward and said, I know there are pockets of people that have done things to people for money, but I still don't see. I think what the illusion is that it appears that they know what they're involved with, like the boots on the ground. They know what they're part of a torture program, but I don't think they know they're part of a torture program. I think there's all kinds of chatter right now about this new concept that there's a discovery. There's a 60,000 human man and women army that is a plainclothes army right now.
Yeah.
That was just that, and I didn't read the story still, so I just know I've just talked briefly about it. So I don't really know the details to it. But it just occurred to me that if that is the case, and we can consider that like a pattern. So say if that exists, we don't really know what they're being used for. Then something like that could certainly, if they were incorporated, if they were inducted as actual military and they're plainclothes military that just go about neighborhoods and whatnot, then that something like that could be very well used as a boots on the ground type group. So
Lily, you said just a bit ago that you don't believe that they understand what they're doing. They happen to watch me bandage my legs every day. They watch me when I bathe them. They watch me when I yell from the pain of trying to get paper tape off of some blister that's bad. They watch every little thing right above my head. And the point of it is they know what they're doing because they see where it's not done bad enough, and the next day they can make sure that one is just as bad as the other one or that space. So they know entirely what they're doing. They know what they're doing. Don't ever.
they do lie they lie. It's very compartmentalized, I think, though, too. Like, they lie even to the people that they use. They lie to a lot of the levels, I think, because I like some of them, like the gang stalkers, however they tell them to go do something, do this to, put someone in trauma. I don't think that person realizes that exactly what they're doing is torturing someone to death. I think if they told every single one that, it would leak too quickly. Everybody would find out. But I do think a lot of them do know, and that's the sick part of it, and the money. They don't care about people, just the money.
Yeah. Well, Lily, can I pick your brain about something?
Sure.
So I've had something interesting that's new happen, and I've never heard anyone talk about it, and I'm a little reluctant, but here goes, because I have a hypothesis about why it's happening. So I watch a lot of YouTube videos, right? I also give a lot of TED Talks in my own home, if you know what I mean. You know how we talk. I don't know.
Yeah.
So this interesting phenomenon's been happening where I will say something and then not, maybe 5 minutes later, it's usually like right away, but the whatever video I'm watching, they'll say the exact same sentence.
Okay.
I'm saying before
that's
them.
Predictive. That's called predictive programming. So the computer system you're attached to knows what you're watching because it has access to anything that's related to online systems.
Well, that's what I thought at first. That's what I thought.
And then it'll put the phrase in your head, and then you're going to stumble across it.
How does it know what I'm going to watch next? Like,
well, it doesn't. But once you do, it knows what you're watching. Listen, this is the point. There's two things going on. It's synthetic telepathy, which is an experiment, okay? And it's getting us all, it's like this is a computer, how can I explain this? There's a ginormous computer system, okay? And attached to it are all of the TIs, the ones that are tortured, and if we get the V2K and the synthetic telepathy, you're probably heterodyned. So you're linked to other minds. This is why they're doing it. So they're doing it so they can develop a system that's sentient. Sentient means they're trying, when you read the word clone or copy of you into a computer, they are making a digital copy of your whole being. And in order to do that, so in other words, they're trying to make the computer feel. So they're not just copying you as, this is my avatar, and this is kind of like my personality. They want the computer to absorb everything about you and make a direct copy of you, emotional, psychological, spiritual, physical, whatever. And it will fight you because they don't. I think there's multiple programs involved here. So let's say you're in a certain religion, and the developers of this weapon system don't want you to think religion, so it'll fight you on your religion, okay, so it can learn how to go end people with your personalities, their religious beliefs too. So it's kind of like they want to use this ginormous weapon system neurologically to go inside of people eventually to influence and control them too. Will they torture everybody? Probably not, but they want to influence them and slowly make social change. They want that social change to look like their idea of how the world should be. And if they don't like your thinking, or they want to challenge your thinking, they will do that. Because remember, this is the front row seat inside how humans work. Think of all the deep psychology that's ever been written about how and why people do what they do. They are going to investigate, and they're going to put us in petri dishes psychologically to these cells.
And here's the thing, though, from the beginning, is what I noticed is that, I mean, if I would go into anything, it would be experimental psychology, on the good side. But I noticed that they never give us the good condition. And there's also no control. They only give us the bad condition. So circumstances
that's because we're targets.
Rarely set up. But if they're going to study us for our emotions, then why wouldn't they also give us, the corresponding emotions of, love and joy, and set up those
That's
situations?
because you fight for that. That's why. See, you are coming from the position of love and joy, and when you experience it, they knock it down, don't they? They come at you. So you're constantly fighting to retain your love and your joy, your positivity, and then they try to sock it to you with something negative, which makes you it alters. That's when your brain gets altered, and it does it's like programming. Let's say you wanted to see, we don't program our computers.
No,
we just download
so funny, because I snapped it at Bert. I apologize, and then again, I don't apologize. I did snap at him, which is uncharacteristic. But I had a nightmare this morning, so that's interesting. You're on something there.
I think that I hate to say this term, and I don't mean it derogatory towards anyone or to human beings or anything. And I think, in my experience, have used me like a lab rat. They keep you tortured so that the human body is naturally going to take something that feels good over something that's torturous. And I have noticed that with me. They will use torture a lot so that like someone that doesn't get any attention whatsoever, then when they get any, they're just starving for it. So they use, and I felt them put that feeling, and I always called them the feeling good, just out of not knowing what it was. And, that's obviously a layman's term, not very, super complicated term, but they have given me the feely good, like they'll give me like a little bit of a dose of a shot of feeling good, like physically. I know it's synthetic and it's not real, but they do that to try to lead me on a path, manipulated path they want me to be on. And it's like you give the lab rat the treat, then they do something, then you give them the lab. That's what I felt them doing to me anyways. So they keep you so tortured and horrible that you'll respond because your body is starving for the feeling good and not the torture and the pain, in a way. You know what I mean?
Right. You're right. I agree with you. And I think that the torture the reaction of our brain is what they're after. The distraction of people in your everyday life is who's getting the blame. See, they don't want us to shift our blame on understanding who they really are and what they're really doing. They want us to part of the other philosophy that drives this stuff has to do with tearing apart the fabric of society. We've discussed this. They tear up the families. They tear up our relationships. They tear up our work relationships. We can't even go into public without feeling like we're harassed. We're harassed at our religious meetings. We're harassed from our own children. Okay, so this tells me that is not a human doing that to me. That how in the world would my children know with split-second precision timing to say exactly what they say that triggers me? You know what I'm talking about, too, those words, those phrases that fit into some scenario, that they've amplified that sensation within my mind to make me latch on to whatever those words are, and then I'm supposed to figure out what they mean. Like horn honking, as simple as honking a horn and screeching wheels outside, or deliberate noises that seem deliberate. Revving motors. It's an aircraft, right? Okay, so let's just look at those noises. Those are noise campaigns that you are being hit with frequencies to imagine that it's boxing you in, so to speak. They are trying to use this controlled thinking. Emotion to control you, that you are under duress or threat. And that stuff That's the goal. Now, in reality, if I were to go outside and say, dude, you just pulled in here and you squealed your wheels, he'd be like, oh, yeah, sorry, lady. I was just trying to have some fun. He would be clueless as to what he was doing, and he wouldn't think he was doing it on purpose. Now, my mind would feel like he was laughing it off and being rude, and I would go through 101 different emotions. Now, that is what this is about. This is about mind control. And those are really small ways that they do this. Okay, let's think of the bigger ways they do the same.
Do you get the sirens and the fire trucks and the ambulances?
Well, right, but what's interesting is they don't bother me.
Timing.
Now, why did they bother me before? They bothered me before because there would be days when ambulances would be going out all the time, and there were real reasons. They cost a fortune to run those ambulances. And in the city I live, they have to run the fire trucks every time they run the ambulance. Well, what was different, now here's the trick. The trick is they amplify your brain to a certain level. So when you hear the sirens, which are just going naturally to natural destinations to help people, we misinterpret the sirens as meaning something different. They can do that to you. So all of a sudden you're taking notice of the sirens. Now the sirens mean something different. Now the squealing wheels mean something different. And I know this because I have moments where that doesn't bother me at all. In fact, I don't even notice it. And then I make a note of it to say, wow, it doesn't feel threatening. Why do sometimes squealing wheels, why do honking horns and sirens or colors in clothing or something take on pattern and meaning at certain times? And that is the trickery. The trickery is to make your mind at its synthetic inducement of these types of emotions.
It costs $5,000 or more just for an ambulance to pull out of the driveway. So they're not going to spend that much money to harass someone. I mean, sometimes I feel like they do, but they're not going to spend that much money just to do that to one person all day long every day. You know what I mean?
Well, they can't. Oh my gosh, the money. Yeah. Not only the money, but they're not going to do something like that. See how? Wait. This is really important for us to grasp. Do you see how important it is to really hold on to the idea? The break that happens for us in between, that space in between in our minds, from what they're doing to us, how it makes us feel, versus what's really happening. That ambulance absolutely has to get to somebody who's having a heart attack or who's, having a stroke or broke their leg or something. But why is it we will absolutely justify in our minds that it has to be about us. Somehow it has to be about us. And
they
it's
hide
not.
it too. Like you said,
now, right. And in fact, I have been in situations where I've heard sirens and the like or whatever, and I accidentally came across the actual accident. And so I'm like, oh, wait a minute, that wasn't after me because there's the accident. So, why did I feel that way about that ambulance then? Why did I feel like it was a threat to me? And that's what you have to examine. Why would my neighbor be threatening me? Why am I making the correlation that I feel this way, and then I heard my neighbor and she ran up her stairs really, really extra hard, and she was making noises.
I caught mine breaking in my apartment, so I mean.
Well, now that was a real legit, but that was a legitimate break-in. Okay, that was wrongful, which is not necessarily related to the programming. And the difference is it's an art form. You have to be able to recognize that naturally bad things are going to happen to us. That's either
true.
Could be influenced by these weapons or they could be random. And that's true. Random crap happens to us. Now listen, I know what it feels like to go through this. And it took me a really long time for me to understand that it's all manipulation to keep my brain state a certain way so that they can work on my brain. And that's the gold for them, right? It's let's see what we can make her believe today. She thinks the ambulance is stalking her, okay? Now, who's they that's actually taking note of this? That's the big question. And it turns out that the answer to that isn't so terrific. The answer to that is it's actually statistics, so to speak. They're looking for blanketed data that comes out from these computer systems. This is what we got Lily to do today. This is, and who reviews this crap? I don't know, but it looks like they crunch numbers, and they're doing all of this to develop the believability of the mechanism of the automated technology. And a lot of this is automated. And that's why nobody can endure the torture that they see and they laugh about in your mind with the V2K, all the things that they see your wounds, they hear your crying, they hear your screaming. No human could put up with that 24/7. That is a heartless computer system, okay, that is learning from your emotions. And it's cruel.
They used to use my dad's voice, and I would laugh. He's passed away, so it's definitely a computer. Not it's. And I used to always say inhuman. It's not human.
Exactly. That's why it's so freaking cruel. It's like they said it and they forget it with you. They get you now. They will get you initiated, and to get you initiated in the first 5 years or so, it takes boots on the ground repetitively. It takes people putting crap on your porch, doing stuff to your property, to make you paranoid, so that you feel like you're being stalked. And then once they think they got you, feeling threatened and stalked and believing what they're doing to you, do you remember when you kind of switched gears? You went from experiencing normal life to believing all the noise campaigns kind of took on their own language. They meant something other than, words kind of took a back seat to me for a while. I was listening to the noises, the gestures, the beeps, the meaning in things that had nothing to do with reality. And, so of course I'm going to question myself. Yeah, I was able to have normal conversations and get on with my life at times. So it was just these moments that were brutal. And I learned how to just kind of shut them off at times to deal with it, and wouldn't let it bother me. So there are techniques you can do, I think, to just not pay attention to it, because you're kind of feeding into it the more you fight it or the more you get involved. And the less I responded, the more offensive they became. And that is a computer. And why would a computer system be able to do that and be so clever? Because it's accessing millions of people's brains on how to be clever and facetious towards people, that it targets you because it wants to break something within you or behavior modify something within you, or to see how it can control you so it can learn how to steer everybody else. And when you see all those people being taken over with the technology, that's because they are influenced. They aren't targets, but they are profoundly influenced by this. And don't think they're not.
There are also rogue elements involved.
A lot.
Oh, absolutely, Luda. I totally agree with you.
And after 25 years, I had more stealing and destruction of my life and property than ever before with the boots on the ground.
I agree. I know.
For 25 years, I've only been boots on the ground. I know who they are. I know where they live. They're only boots on the ground.
So couldn't it be, though, that they're hired employees of the people who run the weapon systems?
Nope, they do it. They're just rogue, and their weapon systems, quite frankly, aren't as advanced as many that I hear on these calls, because I know what's being used. And let me tell you, I know what's going on, and there are rogue elements, not only those that are so sophisticated with computers and satellites and everything else. There are some that are much more primitive, but they are more destructive because these people are not well trained, and they don't know how powerful the weapons are and how they are destroying the body, like the people who are trained and go to school in Reno and all over. These are different. This is a different program entirely. It's rogue. It's very, very different from everything military, everything FBI, everything. It's totally different.
And I honor your experience, Luda.
Right.
I do. I honor your experience. They are thugs.
These are crime syndicates. Yes, these are not anything that's so organized like so many of you are involved with. These are totally different people. Totally different. But they are have to get a lot of people at once.
They have to get the technology from somewhere, and that's why.
Right, they have it. They have the technology. But like I'm saying, it's like used in secondhand, and it's old stuff. It's not the same stuff that's coming out of helicopters. That's coming out of satellites. It's coming out of airplanes. That's coming out of all this other sophisticated stuff with the military and the license plates from the military. It's nothing like that at all. There's a total different segment that nobody talks about. And I think this is to do with a revenge, perhaps, enlistment into this whole thing. It was done very privately, I believe. It was nothing like going through FISA court in any way whatsoever. No.
Yeah, but to torture you for 25 years for some personal vendetta is an
They were my neighbors.
awful,
they lived
awful,
in my same building.
But they that would have been a lot of money to hire people to do that to you for 25 years over a vendetta.
Right. That's
Couldn't
right.
it be
and
that
my
the government
is wealthy enough to provide it?
But
That's
don't you
true.
think that the government could just want to experiment on your brain?
No.
And that's what
they
they're
don't.
doing?
They don't mess with my brain. I'm only physical. My brain is not touched. No. I'm physical. Period. End of story. I have every memory. I have everything that I ever had. I have nothing done. No, I'm on a different program totally. And this one is never covered because there aren't a lot of people involved in such a program, which is good because this is beyond belief. You guys.
I know how you suffer, honey. Do you get noise campaigns?
No. I've got the real deal. No, I don't have noise campaigns. I don't have vehicular stuff. I don't have green shirts and blue hats. I don't have any of that bullshit.
So what do you
have? I've just got pain and torture. I've got poison 24/7 from solvents to glyphosate to phosphine to everything imaginable, benzene. I've got all the solvents. That's 24/7. And then I've got directed energy weapons, probably radar, lasers. Like now they're hitting my eyes pretty bad lately. All kinds of microwave, radio, high-frequency radio waves coming in on beams, lily waves. I've got all that directed energy weapons, but I don't have any V2K, anything to do with the brain. Okay? My hearing is as sharp as it ever was, and I did a hearing test a couple of years ago because I had an earache, and I wanted to be sure there was nothing wrong with my ears. And the audiologist said he never tested anybody that could hear at the level I did. I only missed 2 sounds, one at the top and one at the bottom, and everything else, hundreds of them in between. I said the words perfectly and everything else. He never tested a person with my hearing. But I was born with that. That was something I was born with. But anyway, no, mine.
And yeah, if you don't mind if I chime in respectfully, Lily, I agree with Luda. I'm kind of having a lot of similar things she does, and I could go on with the physical evidence. We hired a criminal attorney, and so, I think a lot of people have different things going on. If everybody was the same, it would be pretty easy to just, say everything's the same. So I think we have to, especially boots on the ground when people are coming into your home and physically leaving evidence of what's been done because they want you to know what they've done, and physically doing things, not some AI computer. So I just wanted to chime in and say that it'd be great to keep it widespread. I was up in Greenland 30 years ago, and I met a lot of scientists and computer people up there, and I don't know that they need to test these systems to the degree that they have to keep doing it. I think they've had these for about 50, 60 years, maybe longer. I think there are just a lot of different things going on. That's just my opinion. I have had massive high-pitched ringing in my ears for about 5 years at least. I get poisonous smells, gas smells, things like that. And I'm having a lot of physical damage to cars, homes, things like that. So I just wanted
this
to,
is why
I just hope that we can keep it broad,
right,
so that,
Well, there's so many phases too.
A lot of us wouldn't fit in a class action suit. We don't have the same things going on. No.
Actually, I think all of us have this. I really believe that when you've been in these programs long enough, you experience all of it. So depending on who you are and what level of a target you are, meaning how long you've been in the program, I've had everything you've suggested. So I've had this. In fact, they were giving me the new one that I've never had before was the smell of the after of gasoline, some type of gasoline or petroleum burn off. I don't even know what it was, and it was this fume. And I'm like, that is not in my house. Where is that coming from? And then I realized, oh, duh. So they can.
But many of us have canisters coming in and out on carts and hearing the clanging of them putting into the machines and having the drilling into your ceilings and walls so that the vapors can come into you.
They can also do it through the smell center in your brain, make you think you smell things that you don't through your brain as well.
Yeah, but I do have that stuff. I do have it, and I have insects release,
so many phases
biowarfare, and that can't be simulated.
All kinds of torture, all kinds of poisoning, all kinds of things left in my apartment. Before I got voice to skull, I have had this now for over maybe 10 to 15 years, 5 of it with voice to skull. I know that before the voice to skull, it was on silent, but it was still in my head. It was on silent. They just didn't turn it loud yet. So even though it's silent, it doesn't mean that it's not going on. It can be doing all different phases of torture, brain, chemical, people, all of it, all in different phases.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
So many different phases, but it doesn't mean that it is or isn't going on because we're all at a different phase.
Exactly. That's the point. And the point is that we are all at different phases of the same. This is the point. We are all targeted by the same government, okay, and the same military kind of concept. They are building a weapon system, and then think of it like this. I must have been a little too relaxed in the stress section last week, it actually was like 3 weeks ago. They started using this chemical smell that was new. And I thought something within me changed, my brain where I was just kind of like blew it off. And they had to re-stress me out. They had to re-freak me out because I was a little too relaxed. I was a little too non-compliant. And then they brought it on. And that's automatically automated to do that to me. It knew to do that to me because I wasn't freaked out enough. My adrenaline wasn't flowing enough. And the cortisol and whatever else in my head, it wants to keep you stressed out. According to Duncan, I wrote it down here, it was to the brain alters itself faster. It increases the speed of reprogramming. It changes the molecular structure and the DNA of the brain. So it increases the efficiency of social engineering. So it's a brain effect. And we're all at different phases, and we're all at these different points, but all of it has a goal or a point of having to do with this much larger weapon system, and how are they going to manipulate us and scare us to keep? If they have to keep us traumatized and stressed out, then they're going to use people around us. They're not going to show up at our door with weapons for real and say, we're going to stress you out and arrest you and put you in prison and just beat you because we want to develop a weapon system on how to control human behavior down the road. And now, they're controlling behavior now. So how are they going to do it? They're going to weaponize anything that you are emotionally attached to and care about. And that's going to freak you out. And it's offensive. It's offensive to you, changes your brain state, and we're all at different stages. And the reason it's so confusing as to who does what and gets what is because we all get different stuff to stress us out. We all get the same stress out levels, but they do it in different ways. Some of it manifests in our bodies, and we get burned, and we get, horrible things happen to our physical self. I have tissue problems, or whatever you call it, connective tissue. Some of us get super headaches. Some of us get incredible pressure at different times, water pressures in our head. So the way the technology affects us is going to be different. You know. So I agree with all of you. Don't think what I'm trying to do is direct you to the end result or the big picture. And it's for multiple programs with multiple reasons, for social engineering and programs to experiment on us. They do it in multiple ways of attacks. They use all kinds of people in our circles, but to blame the people, like, how do I explain that? The boots on the ground are part of their mode or part of the way they assault us. If they are part of these military groups, they're like doing their job covertly. Like, we've got the directions. I got to go put this on our porch. I don't know why. Well, I'm going to go put this on our porch now, and then they leave. Or I'm going to break into this person's house. They're going to do black bag operations. They're going to break into the house. They're going to move your flower vase to the other side of the room, and they're going to take all your books and flip them upside down on your bookcase, and they're going to freak you out, right? They're going to do stupid stuff to psychologically mess with you. It's all the same program ultimately, though, is my point. It heads towards this remote operation of this very sophisticated system. And that's the only thing I'm trying to show you guys, because otherwise there would be people coming forward at some point, especially after 50 years. Somebody would have accidentally leaked that they were a perpetrator by now, other than just these clandestine here and there guys who say, well, yeah, I was part of this because, and the other thing is too, is remember, we are talking about the CIA. The CIA is the sleaziest government organization to have ever existed. And they know how to trick us. They will plant and manufacture people who say, and they will make them torture people just so they can say, see, there's a torturer, or there's a, you know what I mean? They make those plants on purpose. Go ahead.
They screw over each other. They screw over each other. You can have one in one office, and the one in the office next door is screwing over the other one. I've come to hate, and I shouldn't say hate, because I don't hate anybody, but J. Edgar Hoover, who was made the CIA, and what they did to Martin Luther King was just absolutely despicable, horrendous. Like the most, the stuff that they think of, these minds to do to people, to trick and lie and deceive and, screw over, it's just insane.
Yep. They can fool, Lily, they will make plants and fool everybody. Yeah.
You just said part of my nightmare that I had this morning. The books strewn all over the bookcase.
I said flip them upside down. Like they'll flip books upside down.
You just said that was in my nightmare this morning. I dreamed that somebody broke into my apartment. Obviously, I had reason to have that nightmare, but that was my dream.
Weird. That they threw books off your bookcase?
Yeah.
Now that is a perfect, right here, this is a learning example.
That's why I said it. That's why I told you, because this is what you're talking about.
Now, it would be very easy for Melissa to make a correlation that I was somehow in on this, and I'm somehow going to say those words right at the right time. That is, like the word synchronicity, that is the synchronicity of synthetic telepathy. It is manipulation. Now, I was looking for, I was going to say, they play mind tricks on you. I was trying to think of something real quick, and I glanced over at my bookcase, and I'm thinking, because my brother-in-law used to come into my home as a joke. This was when my kids were little, and he would take all the labels off my canned goods because we were neighbors. He would play real pranks on me. This was before gang stalking. He probably did it to set me up for gang stalking later, because not that he was in on it, just because he knew it was funny. He would thought it was a joke. He was always playing jokes on me. So he would come home and he'd be like, yeah, did you look in your cupboards? And all my pineapple, all the labels would be off, and the beans and whatever. So I was like, oh, great. But so I was looking for something. I was going to say, like, you come home and all your vegetables will be flipped over, but I said books. Now that's a moment where she could have read into it and said Lily must be a perp, and you have to stop yourself because it's connecting experiences.
I don't think that at all.
No, but that's what can happen. But that's what can happen. It's really that easy to make a correlation falsely. To say, I had this dream, and now she's laughing. Let's just pretend. She's laughing about the book strewn all upside down. But that's the point.
Because it's that predictive programming. Because what happened this morning was I actually woke up and then went back to sleep. And I don't normally dream, but if I go back to sleep, I dream. And so then that's when I had that nightmare. That's an example of predictive programming, I think, or, dare I say, hive minding or collective consciousness, as I like to think of it these days.
Right, but see, you're educated. But, Melissa, you're educated to it. When people aren't, they don't really know, they make the false correlation. That it must be, they must know they're saying this, or that they must know somehow that what my dream was like, or you know what I mean? So that's what snowballs out of control, and then we have all these really big problems with our social lives because we start building walls to protect ourselves from other people because we think everybody's watching us, everybody's in on it, everybody's getting paid, everybody knows.
No.
And well, that's true though. Yeah, that's what happened.
I remember that. That's very. At the time when you're going through it, though, it just does seem like that, though, doesn't it?
Absolutely. That's why it's called mind control. Exactly. It really is happening. You are perceiving it that way, but it doesn't make it true. And it was such a hard lesson for me to learn. And I wish I'd known 25 years ago, because then I wouldn't have wasted so much time and had all my relationships so horribly abused.
Yeah.
They were weaponized.
And that's good advice, really, for new TIs, is that once you start ignoring that part of it, the, color, whatever, the noise, street theater, the stalking, once you ignore that, then it changes. Once you get you master ignoring that part of it, then you graduate, essentially. What I've noticed, and just listening to other people too. I mean, then you move on to different parts.
They change it up all the time.
Yeah, it does.
Absolutely.
And sometimes it stops.
I believe there are all kinds of programs. All kinds of programs. All to develop these weapons.
Sorry for interrupting.
No, you're not. You're not interrupting. Go ahead.
No, earlier I thought I did, so I just wanted to say sorry. I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Are you the lady that said you got a criminal attorney?
No.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask her about that.
Yeah. I thought you handled him quite eloquently, by the way.
Who's that?
Oh, me?
Melissa.
Oh, yeah, she did.
Oh.
She did. She did a good job.
Hey, I'm practicing standing up for myself appropriately. Thank you. I'm still mastering that, so if I was a little too snappy and loud, I do apologize.
No, I thought
it came out.
Right on.
I felt like it came out a little more harshly than. Well, I maybe not. You know what? I'm fed up with that attitude. Honestly, this is happening to us, and it's in the news. And you know what? I'm tired of that attitude. That
we don't owe the.
This must not be happening because we can't see it.
Yeah. And we don't owe the burden of proof either, especially
exactly
to that kind of attitude or whatever. That just sets us back further, I think.
Yeah, that's like making the victim prove that they were shot.
Oh, exactly. Ugh. No, and I do believe there's multiple. I believe there's all kinds of mind games that are played with multiple programs. So people, I believe they want to learn how to be able to do medical things to people remotely with this technology. If they've discovered it, which kind of smacks into the Rife technology, why not? You know, if they've discovered that everything with energy they can manipulate anything with energy, right? They can manipulate it. That means that lends itself to any kind of program you can think of that they can mess with this very sophisticated technology. They're going to do medical tests if they can. They're going to do psychological stuff. They make me smell stuff. They put, stuff on my porch. So I agree with all of you that all of those things are happening to you. It's who knows about it that's the difference, and that's mind control. And why is that important? Why does that matter? Because it's disintegrating your relationships with people. And it's really hard. That's all I'm saying, is I just don't want you to stop talking to your kids and your parents and your siblings and your aunts, uncles, and cousins because you think they're all perpetrators. They're just simply controlled, or it's synthetic telepathy you're experiencing. And I don't want you to wreck your relationships with people. That's why you hear me with the people part. You hear me squawk about it, because the most valuable thing I've ever owned was my relationships with the people I love, and they took it. And I didn't understand it, and I couldn't make sense of it. And I fought for those relationships, and the harder I fought for them, the more they opposed me. Okay?
Yeah.
So, because that was the golden nugget to get to me, was the people I loved. And it was working. They would synthetically put words in, like, oh my gosh, did she really just say that? It broke me, and
but
I don't want you guys to have
smear campaigns. They do smear campaigns. Those are real.
I was of course. Listen, I get it. Discrediting is another modus operandi. Modus operandi. Sure.
From, that's to say, and I don't know if this is true or not, that some of these programs were made, or the technology after 9/11, to try to stop terrorists, and keep that from happening. So what the programs do is try to isolate you, take away all your means of support, your money, your relationships, your finances, your work, everything, to try to neutralize someone to the grave. Basically, like a terrorist. That's what they claim to, justify or cover that's what these are. But it's further beyond that. I mean, I remember a guy that was on this call a few years ago, and I don't know if anybody else may remember too. He had lit himself on fire twice. The BTK, had said, I guess, if you want this to stop, light yourself on fire. And, it's trying to get you to do all these things. It doesn't care if you're doing it in a positive way. It doesn't care if you're doing it in a negative way. It just wants you to do something so it can document your behavior modification. And he actually did. He lit himself on fire, but he survived, thank God. So it's just, I don't forget where I go with that, but it's just absolutely insane. I think it's just gone, like, Lily was saying, far beyond any, let's just, pay back this person for the rest of their life. So awful.
Yeah, it's merciless. It's without mercy. They'll do anything to end it, which lends itself, once again, that I don't. There's the this attitude behind it that's unthinkable. The military justification, the typical meathead military concept of, you've got to do everything you can for your country, whatever. I don't think like that, so I can't justify it the way they do. I can't read the chat and talk, because it's like I have to close the chat, because if I read the chat and try to talk to you guys, I'm like, duh.
But it has to be. It has. I mean, and in my opinion, in my experience, and research and things like that, it has to be. I can feel it. If it, they do stuff just to see if they can, or it. I like to say it because it personalizes that for me. just to see if they can. Like, if it gets a person to shoot themselves in the head, okay, experiment accomplished, check, let's go on to the next. You know, oh, look, we got him to light himself on fire. I can feel them pushing me with energy and manipulating me. It doesn't matter whether it's a positive thing, whether it's cleaning the kitchen, or if they want me to be so depressed after my cat died that they are trying to get me to kill myself. So they swing black and white all over the spectrum to get you to do, you know, be manipulated.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right. They want you to obey because it's a war weapon. So when they use it against the enemy, just like they told the Iraqis to put your guns down, remember?
Yeah.
The voice of God? They want to use it as a war weapon. This is practice. So, yeah, they'll tell you to kill yourself, light yourself on fire, whatever. They want to see what works and where the obedience lies. And if you don't mind, I have I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I have the directed energy bioeffects research paper from the Air Force, if anybody wants to hear it. When everybody started talking about the different types of targeting, it reminded me once again to refresh this. So the Air Force put a bid out on fedbizops.gov. Okay, and classification code is research and development. NAICS code is professional science, scientific and technical services, research and development, and physical, engineering, and life sciences. Okay, the U.S. Air Force is one of the largest developers and users of radio frequency and high-power microwave emitting devices in the world. And consequently, it has been at the forefront, of research on the biological effects of RF HPM radiation for more than 30 years. Yeah, 30 years, and they're still going. All right. The mission of the 711 HPWR HDR is to protect Air Force personnel from radiation hazards while minimizing negative operational impact. This requires an extensive research program in the bioeffects of RF and high-power microwave radiation. That's HPM, high-power microwave radiation. Research results are transitioned and transferred to national and international health and safety standards, which are used by the Air Force Surgeon General for occupational health and environmental safety. Additionally, data are used to support the rapid development and deployment of directed energy technologies. The event of high-power microwaves and ultra-wideband directed energy weapons make the 711 HPW products and service even more essential to our national security. Our goal is to provide the Air Force with the world's best RF HPM bioeffects research and science-based exposure to standards allowing maximum safe exploitation of directed energy for the national defense. With joint service cooperation, we bring broad expertise and involvement in RF technology development. The goal of this effort includes conducting bioeffects research to identify the benefits, risks, and capabilities for a wide range of military systems. Another goal is to predict and mitigate the bioeffects of directed energy on personnel and mission performance to exploit the bioeffects of directed energy to weapons. See BAA solicitation and attachment. Okay, so now I have the attachment. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm just going to tell you what they're expected to do. General Dynamics got the contract. Okay? BAA, I believe, is Business Associate Agreement. So, the assigned contractors will conduct research to determine appropriate technologies. I'm not wearing glasses, forgive me. Appropriate technologies for non-lethal applications and shall conduct and document human effects analysis on candidate non-lethal weapon systems. Shall conduct and document risk assessments on candidate non-lethal systems. Shall develop and modify models to characterize the physiological, why does it say it twice? Okay, effects of NLW payloads and support field test planning and data interpretation for NLW. Here's the good part. All right, number 1, toxology, including riot control agents, industrial byproducts, combustible materials and their byproducts. Number 2, blunt trauma, including dermal penetration and perforation and non-penetrating insult to soft tissues, organs, and skeleton. Number 3, acoustic auditory, ocular, visual, dermal, olfactory, including sensory degradation and physiological damage, effects on attention and intent and complete behavior such as decision-making and communication. 1, 2, 3, 4, bioelectrics, including modeling current flow through the body, bioeffects on organs, central nervous system, vascular and neuromuscular, and endocrine function. 5, interaction between multiple human effects, including modeling physiological effects as a result of multiple applications of same non-lethal weapon, or application of multiple non-lethal weapons. That's why we get it different. And sometimes we get it the same. It's 1 and 3, 2 and 1, 4 and 3, you know. That's multiple or just one. Okay. NLW's modeling of motivational, emotional, and cognitive processes as a function of above multiple applications of non-lethal weapons. So there you go. That's it. There's more, but it's pretty much, you heard the important stuff.
It's just
What was the website?
Unbelievable that they published that on a government website for a contract bid. That's a corporate contract for the Air Force job.
Yep. What website? Where did you find that?
You can't get it anymore, but you could try because they changed. I was on this website so much, looking at the bids that went out every day, that one day I went on and it no longer existed, and now they refer you somewhere else where you need a passcode to get in. So the name
Can
of this
email
is,
it to me?
no, I can't. I've been trying for 10 years. They won't let me. I can't fax it. I can't mail it. I can't email it. Okay.
I know. I want that frickin' document so badly. And you got to get that. I told Frank that you and Frank have to connect because he's closest to you. She has 10 years of files of this kinds of stuff. She's done. See, Anne has done remarkable research, and she's got documents like this that I want to get my hands on. And Frank, and you should talk to Frank if we seriously. And she can't. She's tried to mail it. She's tried to scan it. She's tried to email it, and they block it all.
Postal mail registered.
That too, right? I guess you could snail mail it.
I actually didn't do return receipt requested.
You got to do it.
About that.
More, but you got to do it.
Well, the name of the site is Fed Biz Ops. Fed BIZOPPS.gov. And I've read this many times on calls over the years, and people just forget about it. I mean, I don't know why. I can never forget it. But
what year was
Lily,
that job?
Can you
contract?
have her read it? Can you have her
This
read it on one of your calls? No. Can you have her read it sometime on one of your calls, and everybody could record it? And there's ways that you can there's a program you just read something to and it types it out. Like there's other solutions. You can just maybe call.
That's
read it in
okay.
sections.
So, yeah, that is a good idea.
Yeah,
and
that's
what's
a very
the
good
contracting name again? General what?
Dynamics.
Thank you so much.
Now the CEO from General Dynamics, I have reason to do corporate research because that's how I got in. The CEO of General Dynamics was shortly CEO for Dye Corporation after their CEO committed suicide in his multi-billion-dollar Darien, Connecticut home. Okay, no questions asked. Guy strangled himself. Go figure. Anyway, he goes on to Dye Corp, and then from there he goes to Battelle, Battele. Okay, Battelle is a contractor that nobody ever heard of or talks about because there are like 4,000 of them. All right, and we only know Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, the names that ring a bell, but there's 4,000 of them. Okay, so then he went on to this Battelle, and they are contracted by DARPA, and they have developed injectable, I'm talking injected in the muscle of your arm, okay? They inject Neuralace, and it travels up to your brain, and it unravels and wraps itself around your brain. Neuralace. So, yeah, there are pretty wild things out there in the science lab.
Is that also the Elon Musk thing, Neuralink? Does that do the same thing?
No, Neuralace is different. It kind of wraps around your brain. I think Neuralink was, he first demonstrated it with those very thin wires in the back of your skull, but Lace, I believe, wraps around your brain.
Okay, thank you.
And these things come at, these bids, come out of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Ohio, and Fort Sam, Houston, Texas. So, and I call them pretty much all the time because it even has the names of the people in charge. And when I call, I get a management company, or my phone just starts making funny noises as if I hit a fax machine, or the phone just automatically hangs up. So since they go through all that trouble of not letting me email this or mail it or whatever, communicate it to everybody else, I believe it's very important. So primary point of contact is Laurel Prescott, contract negotiator. Laurel Prescott. She's Air Force. And the other one is Pamela Covey. And they both have email addresses, and I've emailed both of them. Pamela J. Covey, contracting officer. And she's also Air Force military. Okay, that's it.
Just respectfully, Lily, I have a slight different take than you. I think some of it's for definitely computer AI and stuff, but I think like the lady just read, I think there are a lot of people that these contractors hire out and they go into these, let's say, your neighbor's neighborhood, whatnot, doing various things. It could be whether you maybe have a lot of money and someone's trying to do something, or whether it's a vendetta, or whether it's this or that or whatever. I think the AI thing is so far advanced, they don't need today to keep experimenting on to learn about AI. They've been so far advanced. You know, my ex-husband was in computers and whatnot. They're just so far advanced. I'm not saying they can't still use some data and they still study or whatnot, but I don't think, honestly, it's the only reason they have all this stuff. They're just 50 years advanced. That's just my take, so respectfully.
I agree with you. I totally agree with that. It's a weapon system that they're learning how to take things away from people. They're learning how to control people with destroying your life. They're learning how to desolate your life. They're learning how to break you in every way possible because it's a weapon of war. That's exactly what they're doing. So
that I agree with. I think what I disagree with is that they have to keep learning. I think they already know. That's just my opinion.
Well, okay. The learning. Okay, so the learning part. There's two parts to that. The learning part is because the machine. It's called AI machine learning. So there's several programs embedded in this. So it's one supercomputer system that's doing all the programs, basically. Okay, or parts. It's parceled out in probably there's a European leg and there's a. Did Tim leave? He left, didn't he? I thought he was going to maybe talk. We had a visitor. It has to do with this massive, multiple-layered, tentacled system that is controlling all of those weapons that she just described. For example, that section of a weapon, okay, to do all those different effects. So when it comes to the learning part, one of the embedded programs in this is that it is machine learning how to be sentient. So did you know, for example, this is the part that took me forever to figure out, and it was because, to be honest, it was because I've spoken with people like Duncan. So one of the ways they're doing this is, or one of the things they're doing, is they're creating copies of people and to understand the emotional part of people, okay? So it becomes sentient, so it can relate and understand. Because I went on, IARPA has a website, and there was this Dr. Turek, and he listed something about AI, all the possibilities of AI. They want it to control. Did you realize that it already does control parts of Wall Street? AI already controls judges, real live judges on benches are making legal decisions in sentencing based on the algorithm and opinion of a programmed artificial intelligence system. So you have to look at the future and what they want to do with this artificial intelligence system, because it turns out they can manipulate. We know we're getting our frequencies manipulated, and it can control how we feel. We can be on a roller coaster 1 minute. They can induce anything they want us to smell, think, feel, taste. Okay, that's what this is. So, and because it's so automatic, and there's so much creepy crap going on with the synthetic telepathy that just freaks you out, it keeps your brain hypersensitized. So remember, it's not you're right, it's not just one thing. It's not just one kind of torture. It's not one kind of harassment, and it's not just one program. So there's all kinds of things. It's all encompassing with many, many things. The ultimate answer, though, is it's the government doing this. And it's the military-industrial complex doing this to you. And I personally believe it's not your neighbors. That's how I feel. They make you think it is. And that I will take that and I've had that confirmed, and that's what Duncan wrote it in his book. He says, yeah, they can make you think it's your neighbors. And now they might have had a plant in there and had them break into your home several times before you realized, oh, wow, I got to correlate these break-ins to this mind game. You know, they wanted to induct you, so that's when the real people maybe those plainclothes military people that were just exposed as being existing, maybe those are the guys doing this. You know, whoever it is, their boots on the ground to induct you, to get you convinced it's your neighbor, to it helps whatever they're doing their job. And who doesn't know and who knows? When I see people like Mark Polymeropoulos and I see people like Kevin Shipp come forward, and that the clearance on when I hear people say, Benny and everybody, even Benny's getting targeted. You've seen his recent video? The man is being absolutely tortured. Okay? He was like super NSA. He the movie A Good American was made after him. He's the most brilliant mathematic, what's it called? His role at the NSA, I forgot. He's a crypto mathematician. Okay? The man is off the freaking charts genius, and they are torturing him. This is so beyond the highest levels of even top secret. It goes above that. Why do you think so many CIA agents have come forward and said there's a freaking deep state doing something? Okay? Shadow government, what are they doing? Who is it? So of course they're going to want you to think it's your neighbor, so one of the other goals of this system is to break up relationships and families. This is where the rubber meets the road. What's the real motive then? Well, it's to disintegrate the fabric of this country because it's the current superpower. And the shadow government wants to neutralize the authority of the superpowers. And how do you do that? Well, what makes America, Trump used to say, make America great. What made America so fantastic? It was the heart of Americans. You know, Americans are solid, honest, hardest working people, right? And all in the family, right? And what did they go after? They went after all the jobs, and they went after the families first. And that was right after the 50s, okay? And they started doing it through the same technology that started in the 40s and the 50s, well, ultimately the 50s and the 60s with their old homeschool televisions and the transponders, the technology, okay? That technology is what they discovered is the same technology that your brain receives. It took to put the picture on your old school television, turns out is almost the exact same technology that it takes to mess with your head. Okay, do you remember the little letters when you had the old school dial TVs, UHF, VHF? Those are frequencies. And when your little rabbit...
I agree with everything you're saying, everything. I think the only thing I just have a little difference of opinion is that they're already there. They don't need to continue to experiment and learn. It's just a human... torture program that's out, however, to hurt people like Benny, who's lost a couple of his limbs, and everybody having different things. You have tissue. I have skeletal tissue stuff. I've had different family go through things. I had, whatever it is, right? The list goes on and on. I think that they're so far advanced, they don't have to watch every little thing and learn and experiment. I think it's just they have the technology. It's just there. It's doing it. And that's the only thing. I think they're already there.
You know what would be helpful for you is if you want. This is up to you. It might be helpful if you go to, his name is Jaron or whatever. Silicon Valley will hold these symposiums or whatever, panels of people. And they chat about the AI and the future AI and the promise of AI.
No, I agree with all that. So, I'm into technology. My first husband, I had, 1988. I had the Apple computers. I had cell phones back in '88. I had all that. I'm a little wannabe techie. I agree with everything you're saying. everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
like,
that I think they're far more advanced. That's
so
where
this is the part where I'm about to, what I was trying to say to you was what is still learning, and this is what you're talking about learning. What machine learning? Like that they're advanced. They know. Guess what? The AI does not. So here's the new. This is like the new thing I've learned this past 2 weeks. So you have to connect it. When we say getting data and information, your brain produces information, right? And this computer system is eating that information. The information comes in the form of thinking, speaking, words, sensations, all your senses, all your feelings, all your emotions, all your love, all your hate, whatever.
I agree with all that. My brain, I have people answer and do weird things with my brain. I'm with you on that. I get it.
So what that is different than just a computer taking your information. That computer, it's a hyper-intelligent supercomputer system, a cybernetic organism made up of the data and information of other blood, the blood of life of people, right? This is information that's generated from our actual lives that goes into this supercomputer system to teach artificial intelligence how to think like a human. So it's still learning. And how do I know it's still learning? Because I have listened to the people in Silicon Valley who are on the cutting edge of AI saying they cannot teach AI how to be human because they don't know how without it being unethical. Okay? That's because they have to do this shit, what they're doing to us, to teach the AI how to be human. Because they want it in real life, wartime, simulated reality situations. They've turned us into guinea pigs and enemies of the state imaginarily, so they can practice on us for the good and the security of the country. So the AI is still learning. And it's learning from our lives, and that's part of the reason I think they sexually assault us, is because they think it's so perverted, you guys. I can't even speak about it. It takes my breath away. So part of this is they want the clones. Okay, so just imagine you'd hear about seedy scientists and oh my gosh, what are they doing with genetics and all the creepy, perverted stuff, right? Okay, so we're going to go down that little path right now. The artificial intelligence, they want to make people, real people, digital, okay? So they want to make you a digital copy that feels in a computer. They want that computer person.
I agree with that. I completely agree with that. I'm into technology.
Okay?
Yeah,
so
I get it. They've been working on that for a long time.
It is so effing perverted. There's no words for how perverse that is. So they're making feeling. They think they can actually listen. Scientists actually think they can make a digital human, a real one, living, thinking, without breathing.
They've been working on it for years and years and years and
that
years and years.
That is why they're using us with live blood. Our information is our life. Okay, so when we say clone, they're not just making some carbon copy of you. Oh no, they want a 3D, sexual, emotional, feeling, happy, angry, sad human that's digital copied of you. That's how
I actually agree with you on that. I get it. I agree.
How advanced.
I get it. I think what I disagree on is some of the boots on the ground. And the why behind some of that.
Anonymous. All I'm saying is that the boots on the ground are anonymous.
I'm just letting you know my opinion.
I agree. I
think it would just be good to mix just a little. Yes, AI. Yes, doppelganger. Yes, copy. Yes, all the things that they're doing. Yes to all of it. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just a little bit.
All I'm saying is the neighbors don't know.
Well, like Luda, I think I disagree, and I know because I've lived in my complex for over 20 years, and I know and feel and see and catch and this and that. But again, that's all I want to say. I agree with everything you're saying. Computer, AI, all of the systems, all of that stuff, all of it. This has been going on for so long.
I know.
Have you seen, Lily, have you seen or anybody else may have, about a town in Japan that has made actual female human, I don't know what you call them, they're robots, but they're made for men mostly to buy, to have a companion that can even give birth. It has to be a birth in a lab, but these are made to serve a man, and it's a small city that had been testing and creating these female robots, I guess you would call them. That they can do everything a human can do, even give birth. It's disgusting.
So listen, Tracy, as soon as you started speaking that, while you were speaking it, Frank put into the chat exactly your story. Do you see how I could easily falsely correlate that? Isn't that interesting? You start saying it, and he puts it in the chat. You must have both seen the ad similar, and you thought about it at the same time. Now, I could say, ooh, wait a minute here. Here's a correlation, right? Those are the types of correlations that make you think people who are strangers or neighbors or whoever are involved in the development of these weapon systems. You know, and if you think about it, they're just not going to give your neighbor the codes to the nuclear arms. They're not going to give...
I don't think they're part of the development of that. That's for special ops and military. You're right about that. They're there just to harass or damage to your property, your cars, things like that. So, no, you're right about that. It's a very high
that
tech.
Can be to scare you away. That can be
or to keep you home so that they can continue to get your brainwave. If you're out and about a lot, right? It's a little harder to target. Right?
Yeah,
one idea.
That's true. Ann, you got good stories about that. Listen, I got to take a break for a minute. So, Ann, why don't you tell your story about the professor? That's really that helped me. It helped me so much because I was doing the correlation thing, and then I had this conversation with Ann, who described her experiences like, oh my gosh, that used to happen. Stuff like that would happen to me. So why don't you just, maybe that would be helpful for some people to hear because it helped me, but it might not. You might. Go ahead.
Okay.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
Right. So I was looking for an apartment. And the reason I'm looking for an apartment is really horrible how they have trashed my life. But back to it, I was looking for an apartment, and I found an apartment, and the woman that I rent from is a literature professor, okay? And she had bookshelves with all her work and papers and, student papers, and she said, I'll get rid of that before you move in. And I said, no, please, I have so many books. Can you please leave the bookshelf? So she says, okay. So I move in, and the bookshelf is empty except for one book. And I guess I don't know what she thought, but the name of the book is Red Sparrow. And it's about the CIA and espionage. I didn't read it, but she left the book. And I grabbed the book and I went, oh, my God. Here I am screaming every day in and day out, screaming at the CIA, the evil ones. And she leaves this book here, okay? All right, that's one thing. I never thought of her as a perpetrator, and I still don't. The next thing that happened, I was at my house, and I found 2 planters, like 2 foot long planters. And I grabbed them and I thought, oh, this would be good. This would be good. I have the perfect space to put some flowers out. But they were all dirty and muddy, and I was like, nah, the heck with it. I don't want to put muddy stuff in my car. So I left them. I come home, and she sees me. She's outside, and she says, Ann, you know what would be nice? If you put two, not one, two planters, and you could have flowers at the entrance. And I'm staring at her like, oh, my God, two planters that I just had in my hand hours before. Okay, that was number 2. Number 3, I go to the store, and I was looking at the spices, and I was running out of bay leaves. And I grabbed a bottle of bay leaves, and I look at the price. It's almost $5 for, I don't know, 20 bay leaves, $5? Oh, no way. I put it back. On the shelf. The next day, I go outside, and I see a plant that I don't know. I didn't see it. And she's outside gardening, and she said, Ann, there's a tree. She says, you see that tree? I said, yeah. She goes, that's a bay leaf tree. If you need any bay leaves, you can take them. Okay. I mean, that, and that is it. So they have her, this AI thing going on, it's in everybody's brain. They just don't feel it. It's in everybody's. That's only an example I'm using with her. That there are more with my friends and my family. There are so many more.
I get that every day, every hour, every whatever. There's a connectivity of aspects going on, whether it's some kind of electromagnetic, also combined with AI or whatnot, like she was saying, it's a connectivity thing, and they're trying to do this master globalized AI computer that's going to be, connected to everything. So it's just going to continue on like a sediment thing with a tentacle. So I get it. But there's also a human perpetrator component to all of it, and that's just my only point. And I don't know if you were the one on the call the other night with Frank and some kid got on the thing and said, you guys are all old losers. Was that you on Wednesday night?
No.
Oh, it wasn't you.
No, I don't.
So the reason I brought that up is on Wednesday, one of the calls, Wednesday, there was a guy talking, and I had said these people are losers, and I said it a couple times. On the Friday night call, I believe Friday, right after he stopped recording, someone came on, perpetrator, and answered back with the loser thing. So there's a human component perpetrator part to this, and whatever that plays into it, whether it's to just, like Lily said, you are enemy of the state, and that's how they get you in these watch lists and programs to, do whatever. That's just my only point.
Excuse me. Hello? Hello?
Yeah?
Yes? I don't know.
Yeah, okay. That was Lonnie and myself, and I remember that because we both quit talking when that man said that. Yes, I do remember that.
That was kind of a young kid, so that was from my complex. And the 2 nights before, there was a guy from Redding, California, who was talking about all this stuff. And I got on the phone and started telling him these people are just losers and losers. And I knew it would piss them off, right? It was kind of like that, little thing to trap them this time, right? Rather than us always getting trapped. So, of course, the person gets on the Friday night call because I know they live in my building. Sorry, that's the human component of all this, perpetrator part of it. And he said, you guys are all old and you're losers. He was answering what I had said on Wednesday, which I'd known was going to really piss them off. That's the human component to this. That's the only thing I'm saying. It's not 100% all just AI stuff. There's a lot of it is. And again, I agree with everything Lily's saying. But there's just another part of this, the perpetrator part, where they may go into your home like they did mine and my husband's home and did about $60,000 worth of damage. That's not a computer. I'm sorry. When I get screws in my tires, when I get other kinds of things happening, the physical part of tissue loss and this and that, whatnot. There's perpetrators. They move into neighborhoods. They will be some of your neighbors. They do weird things. So I'm just saying it's not everything is computer-related AI. Some of it is a very human, physical aspect to this. Maybe people are using weapons, directed energy weapons at you, whatever it is. There is a human component to this. That's just my only point. But yeah, right, you remember that.
I agree with you. I agree with that because I have lost all my health and my home. It just because a technician was mind controlled. So I have too suffered incredible losses. So do I think there's boots on the ground? Absolutely. The art form, okay, that you have to develop is to know when that is a mind controlled person versus a person who is a plainclothes military person doing his black bag ops job. That's
the lady that was just on the phone when I had said the story, that kid is not a military person. I'm sorry. I know I did a lot of shows for military 30 years ago. I was involved into a lot of heavy technical things.
Could it be that they did a voiceover on that you thought it was?
No, this kid was asked the guy.
Is it possible? No.
This guy,
just asking because I've had
100%.
that happen too, where I thought it was somebody because they did.
That's all I'm saying.
I agree.
Human component to this. That's all.
Well,
the perpetrator part of it. The perpetrator.
I agree.
I have video. The people I have video of people shooting these weapons. So, I mean, those were people. That's not now. That's not happening anymore. But at the time, it was definitely people doing it.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, it could.
And again,
maybe they. I know. I don't disagree with you.
It's not now.
I don't disagree with you that there's boots in the ground. I don't. All I'm saying is some of the neighbor part is that they're mind controlled versus knowing. Nobody knows about the weapon systems. They don't know they exist, except the people doing it in the underground military bases. They control all those people.
Except that the neighbors that listen to these calls, they do know because they listen to these calls.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I don't think they know about the sophisticated weapons, but they're given enough to do something to you, right? Like
and that's exactly. In other words, they're not. Yeah, they're not pushing the electronic button to hurt us. They have no. That's buried in where NORAD is. You know what I mean? They just don't have access to the weapon system. Now, are they manipulated to do these things to us or paid to do these things to us to contribute to the program? Yes, obviously. It's just all I'm saying is they don't have a handheld device that they're pushing a button on a computer system to hurt us. They can't. That would be similar to having nuclear codes. That's my only argument. They don't have access to the actual technology. If you're mind controlled and tortured, your everyday neighbor. That's or the bag lady down the road or whatever. That's all I meant. That's all I'm trying to say. So that you don't go and punch your neighbor or your coworkers because you think they have access to screw them with your life. I don't know if that makes sense.
I mean, I don't know if anybody. Well, I personally am not at that point. I just, it's also a two-way street. You have to remember that, is that, as much as they may try to mess with us, we can program them too, right? By just putting a lot of positive stuff in and just really, it's the concept of garbage in, garbage out, right? So we have to be really cognizant of putting in a lot of good and focusing on a lot of happy things. I like to listen to comedy, just something to get focused on something positive. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Are you the one that was on the call the other day? The one talking right now? Are you the one? No?
I don't know. Maybe.
What's your name?
Melissa.
Okay, I agree with you on that, and I think you can mirror stuff. I read books on physics and quantum entanglement and alchemy, and we have to all remember that we have a lot of power in our brain. You have to remember that. You have to remember that you can, the Bible gives you the tools, and there are books out there, and you can mirror, and you can shoot back those arrows back at them. And sometimes I say, back at you, okay, no weapon formed against me will prosper. What you do to me is coming back at you. They're going to come get you. They're going to get you. I do a lot of things, with my own mind.
Yeah, and
so I think there are things
developing a meditation practice is really helpful too. If you just sit and be quiet for 5 minutes a day, that's a great start, because that reduces your anxiety, and it also, it really helps you cope. I promise you.
Exactly. I agree with you. I do a lot of things. I don't sit and do what I did before, which is obsessed 24/7 and run scared and go post-traumatic stress disorder, all that stuff. I now just live my life, and I get on these calls just to kind of listen to something technologically advanced to help protect.
I realize it's 11. It's almost midnight here on the East Coast, and we haven't read we've got to do the book. So we have a book. We're reading Dr. Robert Duncan's book.
Yeah, I've been listening to some of the calls. I know you're doing that, but I again have to disagree. I have video cameras, and I've seen some of these computer stuff that goes past my door, and I also saw one of these weapon things in someone's apartment, and I think they also can do something with the phone, whatever that is. I don't think it's anywhere near where these actual weapons are that the military and black ops have and all these things. Nowhere near it, of course. They would never give that to a civilian population ever.
That's my only.
But
but
they do have some stuff because that's why.
I think they have handheld you can get wherever,
I just wanted to make a really quick point too, that as far as be careful of interacting with it at all. I think to exchange or entertain, even whether it's a V2K in thought or have any kind of exchange or interaction with it, be careful, because it will suck you in and use and feed off of you. So be careful. I mean,
I completely agree with you, and I don't do any of that.
I think
you are 100% right.
Put positive, anything that's fortifying yourself and strengthening yourself in a positive way that keeps you more independent from and less reactive to any of that stuff is super important. Thank you.
Yeah, 100%. I play music all day long.
I can't prove or disprove. I have no right to say that some of your experiences have been what you believe to be a perpetrator that's experimenting with something he bought off of line. I can't say that's real or not. That's never what I'm meaning. What I'm meaning is if you have the sophisticated technology where you're getting the ear ringing and you're getting V2K'd and you're getting holograms and you're getting mind controlled and you're getting forced speech and you're getting tortured and you're having friends and family seemingly attack you, it seems like they're attacking you, you are involved in something far bigger than just a handheld device doing that to you. You're involved with these very sophisticated weapon systems from the government. They're using you, in their programs. So that was the difference. And then therefore, so that we don't have people doing the things that sadly some other TIs who weren't educated as to the machinated manipulations of these guys do very bad things to react. And, I just didn't want anybody to be reactive, that kind of thing. As long as, because there were times I thought it was my neighbors, that, what I mean, people in the community or that I work with. So.
I wanted to see if I can mention something. They do have, I don't know if it's an app, and you can go, Catherine Horton, right, that married Bill. She has something on there she talks about. They have apps that they could download and zap you with. So, I mean, they, you're not the stalkers, the people that are stalking. They do have apps that they use on their cell phone, and they could zap you with the app. So there are things that outside of the V2K and all that can happen with gang stalkers stalking you and using their phone zapping you. And there are people that if they are in another apartment, they can use microwave. They have weapons. So they can do it from apartments. There are things outside of a military base that people use that could still, affect you. So they do have those things as well. And so if you're experiencing V2K, that's one thing, but there's other things as well.
That were true. That would be so outed so quickly by other people. I would love to see the app. I really would. That would be so blown, wide open. We've got every investigator on the Havana syndrome right now. If that were the case, people would come forward because they would love the fame to show, look what I can do with my app.
I doubt it, but there are other things. I'm just saying that there are other things, and that and even Catherine Horton talks about it. So there are other things in addition to what the military's doing. There are other things that people use. I mean, there are people in trucks that have these microwave. You could feel the radiation. I have a handheld thing that I measure EMF. I mean, they've got all kind of stuff. They have all kind of things. People buy stuff online. I mean, they have other things other than this sophisticated weaponry that the military has. There are other things as well. So, the military could be doing things. You got other people doing things. So there are other things used as well.
And yeah, Lily, I think that's what I'm trying to say. I agree with her. Who's ever speaking, I agree with her. I think the high-tech, high-powered, all that stuff, AI, supercomputer, brain connection, all that stuff, you're 100% right. It's all true. I think that the boots on the ground, the perpetrators, yes, they are sometimes your neighbors, and I think they're hired by these companies, right? The companies will hire someone, but then the person who's hired, they're hiring these little people. I don't mean to be rude, like I call them that Frank's call losers, and then they get really angry when I say that. But these people who are willing to do things to people without knowing who they are,
then how has not one person been caught ever?
We don't know. Why? We don't know, but it exists. I mean, I'm on like I don't know how many calls, and I hear there are people that even talk about this too, that they get zapped with the phones and all that. It's not just. I mean, I experience it. I know other people. Who knows why they don't come forward? They're getting paid. They're getting paid with gift cards. They have security companies. Even Catherine Horton talks about this stuff.
Yes,
the security companies do. She talks about all this stuff, and it exists.
Yeah, they do.
Don't know why they haven't come forward. They could become TIs if they come forward.
If they're using weapons, they need security clearance. They need high.
We're not talking about high tech weapons. There's things today. Our technology is so advanced. You do a lot with the phone. So I just think that the majority, like you say, Lily, the end game, yes, 100% agreed. there are some things going on for whatever reason, whether it's contractors that, are getting paid by however, whether it's a vendetta, whether it's someone, whatever it is. And then these people are hired, and then they hire out littler people, and it's a smear campaign, and they're told you're a bad person. And, I've listened to these calls for years and years and years, and I rarely ever speak. And I'm only speaking now because it obviously kind of seems like it's ramping up a bit. And I want to figure it out just as much as the next person, and I'm into technology. So I agree with all of the techie stuff you're going into. That's why I like Frank's calls. I like the techie stuff. But there is boots on the ground. It's not 100% all AI. If, someone didn't come into our home.
I agree. I just don't think they have access to the weapon system when the CIA agent whistleblowers don't have access to the weapon system.
I don't think the high-tech weapon system, for sure not.
Okay. Well,
for sure
I don't really know, because it's like the wild, wild west for the development of the handheld, whatever you're talking about, weapons. Like you can get. I do know that there are agents, that have these private black. What do you call that? Not black ops. Dark web. How you can get on the dark web to go smear people. I know that there's that. I understand that there are actual groups you can hire to go smear your ex-boyfriend or girlfriend. Are they doing that with directed energy weapons? Doubtful, because the government would pick up on it. And I don't think they'd let them. And I don't think there's an app for it. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's okay that we can agree to disagree. That's all. I think that.
Hey, can I ask you a question really quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was because this is a question that I've been kind of thinking about, because I've been studying this for years now, and I come on Frank's call every call, and I've done extensive research into this, but I it really is something, through the years of the targeting and the torture, because I'm a full-blown TI that I've kind of intuitively really thought about, through all the study and research. It's I know so much about it, but when you really start to think about it, it's just so wild thinking that how can if you really try to in your mind scientifically realize how man has been able to how is there we have this is my belief now, that we have for a full blown TI, that we have nanotechnology in our brain, and that somehow it's just so wild, and it's so hard to get my mind around how because I know it's real, but it's you're trying to figure out how man has achieved this with this technology. How is there how does the nanotechnology in my brain interact with a supercomputer, super far distances away, at a remote distance? How did they get? I know that we could have breathed it in the air, or drank it in the water, or ate it in the food, and it migrated to our brain, and this nanotechnology in our brain, adhered to the neurotransmitters in our brain, and we have I can't I have yet to prove that is what's happened with me. I've never gathered any kind of forensic scientific medical data, but my understanding is that it is very probable that there are nanotechnologies inside of my brain that are interacting with a supercomputer at an unknown distance, but the distance, there is no limit to the distance. So I would just know that this supercomputer would be at a long distance away through a satellite, a tower, a satellite, an antenna array, or some kind of mobile platform relay station.
They can extra low frequencies are extremely permeable. So the ELFs, extremely low frequencies, they're highly permeable. They can get through almost the level of scalar. So we're going to take scalar off the table. So they can hit you. They can run a weapon system from the ground. They can find you with the satellite. We're not going to, that's as far as because I don't know enough about. None of us really know what the satellites are doing, but what we do know is they have this technology that they can bounce, so they can shoot off from wherever source the weapons is. Okay, this frequency weapon, and they can bounce the frequencies and try and find you because you have a unique resonance, right? As unique as your thumbprints, your fingerprints in your brain, that the energy that runs your body is unique to you, your DNA frequencies, or however you want to call it, brain DNA frequency. So they can call up your brain phone number, and they can hit you with those extra low frequencies that can penetrate anything and find you. Whether you're on an airplane or on a mountain or in Zimbabwe. I always say Zimbabwe because it's the first country that comes to mind when I think of Africa, or India, or England, or Australia, or, if you're living in Florida, California, or New York. I mean, it doesn't matter. They can find you anywhere, just like you can call your cell phone anywhere on the planet. They can call up your brain. Now, how did we get here? Well, the question to ask, as I was just having this conversation with Dr. Duncan, I was like, it's so interesting how humans have always developed a weapon and then sort of improved on it. And when I say improved on it, I don't mean make it better, but just make it more extreme. So, you started with throwing rocks and a slingshot, and, you moved on to bows and arrows or whatever, order that was in, and then guns came along, and then they had to add the bayonet onto the gun, and then they had to be able to improve the trajectory of how they develop the gun. You know what I mean? Everything, and then it becomes a flamethrower. And then the next thing you know, they're developing all these other kinds of weapons, and it became, the nuclear weapons. I always thought that would be the ultimate. Oh, no. They got to improve that. So now they know how to break into our brains and take information out after they get us completely online, our brain online, because apparently our brain can act like a computer hard drive, so to speak. And they can delete information, and they can put in information, and they can do it when we're awake, and they can do it when we're sleeping, and they can induce frequency manipulations of emotions, and like we're taking drugs, we're feeling a trance, we're feeling like we're hypnotized, we're feeling like we're stoned, we feel like we get truth serum or LSD, or we're breathing in chemicals. I mean, all of it. How did it get this way? Because humans, the military-type people who love power, don't care whose blood they spill to get ahead in their war game. That's how we got here, okay? And they do it in the name of whatever government they serve, whatever belief system they have. And that's how come we're here. Because people are monsters when they rule each other because they don't know how, okay? There's a real problem in the world, and it's well beyond anything that humans just can't rule each other, okay? And that's why they resort to force. They resort to force because nobody can get along, okay? This philosophy doesn't match that philosophy, meaning rulership. The communists and the democracy, the socialists and, whoever else, the dictators, the monarchies, all of it. Why are all these fragmented societies are ruled by these different kinds of governments, and they all fight with each other? And that's the problem. So the United Nations has stepped in and decided that they're going to do, that's who I think the deep shadow government, whatever it is, if America has a shadow government, Russia's got one too. If Russia's got one, China's got one, Australia, they all have this backdoor government to answer to the United Nations. So the United Nations treaty that they signed on for, the charter, the treaties they've signed on to, can't legally usurp the government and the laws of this country, so they have to do it illegally. So they have an agenda. And that's what we're feeling the effects of, because they have a philosophy, and it has to do with their military. So America's philosophy is they want to be the big guy on the block still. And the UN is saying, so you have the internal and the external government fighting. That's why people like Kevin Shipp make the videos they do, because there's a war going on over America's status in the political world. And people want Americans to retain its sovereign status. And there are people in the United Nations who say we don't want big government anymore. Big bullies on the block, because sadly the CIA has gone in and destabilized many, many countries and has a reputation for it all over the world. So the philosophies are there. So how did we get here? Well, we've got some really, really smart scientists that work for the military, and they develop stuff all over we're not the only ones, who develop nanodust and nanotechnology, so they can improve their weapon system. There's a history of it, and it's been going on for thousands of years. So now they've got the ultimate weapon, and what are they going to do with it? They're going to manufacture a technology system so elitely sophisticated and so covert. Did you know? I don't know if you guys realize this, but we're not supposed to even have these conversations because we're not supposed to know it exists. That's how dumb they are. They don't want anybody in the public to ever know that these weapon systems exist. They want to control it all without anybody knowing. Can you believe that they're that stupid? They really think that they're going to covertly hide this. And that's why they're blaming the aliens. And they're, for all this supernatural crap that's going on. Where now slowly all these people are saying, wow, I was just thinking about doing my laundry, and look, my mom just showed up to do my laundry. All this synthetic stuff's going on. She must be reading my mind. And then it changes the way people are thinking. And remember, this is a slow plan to socially engineer. And we're on the front lines of it because they're learning how to control everybody through us, so to speak. And it sucks. 26 years, right? How long has it been? It's 26 years now. And I didn't know any of this. And I wish I'd have known 26 years ago. But
Me too. It's so true. It's like it's their ultimate weapon, and it's definitely a part of the New World Order. It's like they're keeping it a secret, and that's what makes it their ultimate weapon, because the moment it becomes completely public, which I guess, it would be in the future whenever they ultimately achieve their New World Order, that they would, if it became public now, they would have to regulate it, and they'll bury what they did, but it'll be in every facet of society and every backbone major complex and institution. And it's so true when you talk about their philosophy, and how they're using us for training, research, and development, or they're just using us as guinea pigs. I mean, there might, I know there might not be I know people have different beliefs and they might not agree with that, and there is different reasons as to why, but there's really no reason that they have to do it to us. But I know it is true that they do have a philosophy, and it's that it's important to know that is that. When you're thinking about how could someone do something so evil, well, it's my understanding that their philosophy is some of the things that you've touched based on when you've mentioned their philosophy in regard to their transhumanistic ideation, and then they believe that the machine is superior, and they think it will create an equilibrium or a balance in the future. It's that New World Order sustainability type of philosophy, or that they think that
yeah, and hyper game theory is intertwined in that, because what will happen is that things that are weaker or lesser or not believed will fall off in social engineering. So in other words, let's say you had a small group of people that believed this way, unless that's carried on with other generations, that type of believing will be gone. So just think pretend a small sect of something forms. Okay, it has to prosper. If it's not, then it'll die off, right? They want things to die off. They want to change the trajectory of social everything. Because right now, so if you go just do simple reading about the United Nations, when they talk about the bringing peace to the earth, they mean it. And they mean it in the worst possible way. They mean it through force and torture, what they're doing to us. Now, you've got to remember that they were formed in 1946 or 45. So the New World Order has been in order since 1945. They've been at their plan for a very long time. Once they discovered the technology, that was their tool to institute their plan. And it's going to be slow. It's going to be a slow takedown. It's going to be a slow takedown of, well, we happen to live in this country. So this country, there's two factions. There's the hardcore American group that says, you know, we've got a deep state problem. And then there's the deep state who nobody knows who they are, which lends itself more to the ultimate weapon system contributing to that because they can see everything and control it all. And that's how come they're so elusive. And these people hide in caves, literally, and underground bases all over the world. And they run real tight-knit groups. And this is what JFK was talking about. And they have their agenda. And when they talk about Agenda 2030 and it's on their own website and you wonder how the hell are they going to do that all over the world? Like, how are they going to accomplish those goals? Read it. Well, we're experiencing that. So when they practice taking away your property, that's because they're going to practice. They want to make it look, and it's in action now. They're doing it now. They're not just practicing on us. They're really taking away property because guess what? Down the road, they're going to take everybody's property slowly if they want you booted out of that area. Let's say you live in a certain area, they really want to reestablish wilding, you know, wildlife or whatever. They want to start pushing people into cities. I mean, that could very well be possible. Why do you think the permits are so difficult in places now to build anything? You know, you've got to have a permit for everything. So, you know, it's all part of it, but it's a slow process and it's a social process. So you don't see it happening. And now we've got this mind control crap going on so they can influence people to change the social norms. And they want to bring peace on the earth. But they're bringing peace through absolute desolation. And we know this now. And we know this because some of us are absolutely, it's true, you're generational targets, some of you. So they've been practicing on your family. And I don't know about you, but if you've had extreme dysfunction in your parents for no reason at all, and let's say you had a really cold parent, that was most likely an MK Ultra. One of your parents could have been MK Ultra, so that you were set up with a lot of trauma as a kid, so that you would endure the trauma as an adult, as a target. There's patterns, not to read into the wrong kind of pattern, but the right kind of pattern in history. You know, and it's tragic. It's tragic what they've done, and they should be so ashamed. These deep state people should absolutely, that have access. And the scary thing is that the deep state has such access to the military. And military wants to control everything. Military gives the power of the government. They are and in this country, what is the motto? You know, the motto of this country is freedom. I forgot exactly what our official motto is, but freedom. So everything for freedom, right? Well, you've got these military groups that want to develop these systems so that no other superpower has them. They don't want the powers. They don't trust the Russians doing this. So they're going to have the better of the weapon system. It's the ultimate military authority complex. And they don't. So the UN is kind of like trying to water that down in America. Trump's slogan was "Make America Great Again." So obviously they have had a very sophisticated way of manipulating this to happen, and everybody's scratching their head going, how is this happening? How is this happening? Well, there are people controlling a really sophisticated weapon system, it turns out, that nobody's supposed to know about. You know, and here they are making us look all like discredited because they're experimenting on us. They can get away with it. You know, so it's just, you have to look at the big picture. This is the big picture of it all, because that's what's happening. They are doing that to us for a reason. All of this.
And I think DARPA has a lot to do with it too. And some of the, I was watching something about that on TV about how DARPA and the money, a third of the money that they get, they don't even know where it comes from. And they have all these different programs that they also put through the military without anybody even knowing. It's like unbelievable how DARPA acts for the government so undercover. They had was watching a third-party military contractor in an interview, and he was asking him questions, and he says, "I'm sorry, I can't answer that. Anything that has anything to do with any military program, they won't talk about it. Period." You just
and that's exactly what Dr. Duncan. He was a DARPA scientist, so he's told his story in his books before, and the way DARPA's. What I know, not from. Go ahead. What I know from DARPA scientists is they're kind of like they're freelance scientists. So any agency, they have to pass a certain clearance, though. I mean, they're like a leg of the military. So they do the military research in science, weapons testing, all kinds of things. In fact, I just watched one of their anniversary, whatever year it was of DARPA. Go check those guys out. They're all over TED Talks. They're all over YouTube. You want to see, if you really want to see the mindset of the thinking, these guys were talking about how they were going in to study Ebola. Okay, some of these doctors were going to the African countries that were affected by the Ebola, and how profound it was of an effect on them as these doctors. And it gave me the head tilt for a minute, because I'm like, wait a minute. I just realized that DARPA scientists are going in to study Ebola on people and its bioeffects on people. You know what I mean? Who knows? This country uses other countries for guinea pigs, and we're not the only victims. They will do anything to test whatever it is they want on any population ever. And this is, who knows what Zika, was Zika real? Was that a bioweapon? We don't really know, do we? But you should go check out, you want to see some, you see DARPA in action, listen to those scientists, and they're allying with the government. They were talking on this panel about the enemy combatant, and they were going to develop they were going to weaponize nature so they could make sure that the combatants were taken down. I'm like, you have to weaponize nature now. They were talking about learning from nature so they could weaponize new weapons from it. I'm like, you don't have enough? You can't destroy enough? Now you've got to use nature too? It's so twisted, the road that they go down. Unbelievable. Greed and crazy. They call it crazy. These guys are bat poop crazy, off their freaking rails. I'm not kidding. You got it. There's a video. These DARPA scientists are glowing over how they're going to weaponize something about the sea creatures. I was like, what? You want to do what?
They get all excited about it too.
They do.
Like mad craziness. It's crazy.
It's crazy because they gotta learn new ways to kill the enemy. Yeah. Okay. So
I was watching a podcast. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of him. His name is Jocko Willink, and he's a Navy SEAL. He was lieutenant commander for Charlie Platoon, which was one of the first units sent to Iraq when the war started. And he's seen it all, the horrifics of how man can be. And he said, man can be abhorrent creatures. There's no doubt about that. The evil that he's seen in war.
Well, we've lived it. We're living it. You're right. He's right.
Yeah.
We are living examples of the. I think it's an abomination of what they're doing. I think it's that level.
Yeah.
I think it's so. I'm waiting for God to intervene at any minute. Okay. I'm serious too.
Yeah.
Don't think I'm not serious. This calls for God's intervention. So I think we're at the epitome of human rulership off the rails. It's too far gone. They're too far gone. So
Yeah, Lily, I agree with you on that part. on all the things you just said for the last 10, 15 minutes, 100% agreed. But I don't believe we're the only guinea pigs. In the scientific journals, they talk about how the future in court, they're just going to read your mind. And I think that future is already here. They're going to read your mind. You're not going to, when you go into a court case, these people, it's going to be you can't lie anymore. They're just going to read your mind. And that's going to be your, what either gets you into trouble or not.
Well, that's what Dr. Turek on DARPA, I forget which article it was, but they listed everything he's published, he's written about. And he lists, there's one article that talks about all the potential uses for AI, finance, legal, all of it.
All of it.
Pre-crime.
And I think that's the part that it's not, that's the part that's really not about us. I think what separates us until more people keep coming into the program, let's call it, is that we're tortured with directed energy weapons that are hurting, like you said. You have connective tissue aspects. I have some other things going on. And, the stalking and the harassment and the smear campaigns and the this and that and whatnot. I think all the other technological stuff for AI and everything, that's so far advanced. And I don't think that has a lot to do with just us, to be honest with you. I think that's for the whole world. And they've been doing this stuff for a long time. It's for of course, it's going to be for the whole world. It's going to be, that's the future. Like you say. But I don't think that's about just us.
Okay, so what I meant was, this is the ultimate weapons system to control all of humanity, and how the computer system that's going to rule in several sectors, including pre-crime, potentially legal, it has to learn how to be human to judge a human. You see what I'm saying? So let's just say, if a judge is already using artificial intelligence, literally, I forgot what state it's in, you can Google it, to make decisions on legal cases for sentencing, okay, it's weighing its options by judging this person, okay, then if they're capable of doing that, how does the AI learn how to discern all of the things legal to judge that person? It has to understand that person in order to know how to judge them. So the only way it can do that is it has to learn from the inside of being the person, right? So you have. What? Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I don't think it ever can or ever will. I don't think it can ever be human, no matter how much it mimics or it feeds off or steals human. We're talking about, putting armies of robots into battle instead of, like we were talking about before, saving human lives by putting robots in the way in battle instead of humans. But computers, we're talking about how concerned they are that even if they program or have a computer, say, bomb a certain target, like a strategic target, whether it's a terrorist or whatever enemy, it doesn't have the moral or ethical distinction that a human does.
Very good. You got it. Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think it ever will.
And what happened? What happened when they programmed that robot in battle and it misfired? It shot. It friendly fired somebody. They can't. Okay. Wait. Whoa. This is it. You just answered a big part of what we experience.
Yeah.
What you're saying is that AI can't understand because it doesn't have judgment. And what the scientists say, especially the other group you could go study, are the AI guys in Silicon Valley debating the future of AI and putting your trust in it. What the background scientists, the guys we're dealing with every day of our lives, those scientist bastards Okay, what they're saying is they can teach the AI how to be human. They can teach it. You're saying you don't think it can ever happen. Well, that's what Silicon Valley thinks too. But guess what? The thinking is they are turning this computer system we're attached to into a sentient organism. It's called cybernetic organism because it's going to have human emotion attached to it. So it can judge and be like a judge and know when to shoot other bad people. It's going to have that ability to use judgment because they think they can make it like a human. They're so sick.
Right. Their motives, though, are different. Their motives come from a different place as to why they justify that it's going to be able to do that. And I agree with what you're saying. Totally.
Right. That's and Silicon Valley says, "Oh no, we can't get to there. We don't know how to do that." That's because they're going, "Yeah, we'd have to frickin' hook a human up to it and have it followed around it 24/7, and that means we'd have to EEG somehow the brain waves into the AI and then be able to connect it emotionally, which is what? Brain to computer interfacing. It exists. So that's what we're dealing with.
But they've had that for years and years and years. I guess I don't know how to. The point I've been trying to make is that I agree with all this technology. I've been into it forever and a day. It's that we're not the only ones being experimented with the brain-to-brain interface. They've been doing that for a long time. As TIs, we just have another component to all of this, which is the harassment aspect to it. But the computer stuff has been around forever, and believe me, a lot of people would jump at the chance to be experimented on and paid for those experiments, and I'm sure it's been going on for a long time already. So they've been working on humanized computers forever. I mean, for a long, long time, far longer than we've known about it. That's just, I guess, from the technological point of view, that's kind of, what I'm trying to say. It's all the techie stuff you talked about, 100% agreed on. I just don't think we're like the only ones.
I don't think we're the only one. I don't know. I think everybody is remotely monitored, but I think only targeted people are targeted. And I think there's a lot of targeted people that don't know they're targeted, whose lives are really difficult and really painful, and they don't know why. I believe that, and I believe they're targets. So I think there's many, many, many targets out there that don't know they're targeted, and I think the majority of humans are already online. Why? Because they're making the synthetic telepathy. How are these people saying these things? How are they getting those things put in their head? How do they think they're naturally saying these things? And they're not targets. And if they were doing this to me 24 years ago, they were making people, let's say I use some obscure saying like, take me to your leader, and the next day I go to church and I hear my good friend talking about something, look right at me, smile and go, take me to your leader, and she wasn't even talking to me, she was talking to the other person. That really happened. I about peed my pants. How does that happen? And that, if they were doing that to me 25 years ago, okay, what do you think they're able to do now?
They use forced speech in other people in your environment, and then, because I know because they've done it to me, even in harmless conversation, and then they can use forced speech, block that person from ever thinking or knowing they ever said that phrase, because a lot of the time it isn't. It's injecting.
It's called, it's like voiceover. There's two ways they do that. They will go into your head, and they will make your brain hear that voice and they'll switch the words. That's happened to me. I was at church and I heard the brother was doing the closing prayer, and he was praying, and he said, "Dear God, thank you for today, and thank you for this day, and we want you to know how much we love you." That's what he meant to say. I heard, "We know how we really hate you, God." Okay?
Yeah.
I almost fell out of my chair. I could not believe I heard that. Now, that was dubbing over his voice, so I heard they switched. They could match his voice live in person and have me hear it wrongly.
Okay.
And they do that with the perps too.
Exactly. That's the point. That's how sophisticated it is in your mind. Now, they're not forcing. He didn't really say, we hate you, God. He said, we love you.
No.
I heard, we hate you. So they were able to tweak it just right. So I heard it, and it was only because my brain was relaxed, and I had let what I call my brain guard down. You know, I wasn't hyper alert. That's when you are kept in a hyper alert state. Did you ever notice when you shift brain waves to a relaxed state? That's when they V2K you. That's when they shock you with offensive stuff, because you've changed brain waves, and it's relaxed you, and you're quiet, and say you're meditating or in prayer. I wish I could meditate. I let my emotional guard down, and that's when they assault me.
Yeah.
And you'll hear the opposite in you. So if you're praying and you're listening to the prayer and you're quiet, it'll go within you, and it'll flip your words around too. It's that sophisticated. Why? Because the attacking you and the harassing you with gang stalking and all the street theater and all of the things you experience physically is to keep you in that hyper state that somebody's after you. Because that's what they want to do eventually to all the bad guys that they want that are dissenters or people that they want to shut up. They want to know how to torture them. So they practice on people like us. And that's why we get harassed, because it keeps your brain, what did Dr. Duncan say? I wrote it down. It keeps you in a programmable place so that you'll believe you're being stalked. You'll believe people are being, that's what they want to accomplish. Dr. Barry Trower, it makes their day when they get somebody in a fetal position on the floor. They know their weapon system is working. And those bastards will torture you every day until you're in a fetal position.
They even do it to fetuses, to women that are pregnant. They do it to the fetuses in the womb. Based on what Barry Trower, his interview, I forget with who.
And at this point,
there's no limit.
There's no limit to how sick they are. That's because at this point, it's set it and forget it. They get you incorporated. They get you, and it knows how to read your mind, so it knows what you're thinking. And then they've got you to a point where you're broken. They've managed to breach that level where you're so afraid and you're so horrified because they know what's in your head. You know somebody's like. Eventually, you got used to it after 20-something years. But back then, you're like, I am so not used to this. This is not okay. And you go to the ultimate freak out emotionally, right? Well, then you kind of get to a point where you realize something's up. Somebody's watching you. They've breached they've made contact. You realize you're being surveyed and you're being manipulated. When that happens, then they really give it to you, and then they set you up electronically, and they let you go. And then the AI kind of takes over and does the 24/7 harassment and torture. At some point, the boots on the ground go less, and the increase happens automatically.
Yes.
That they have.
Traumatized. Yeah. They do the initial traumatization to map you and get that where they get you on the course where they can just monitor you after that. I feel like it seems like there is definitely human element to it, but people that are getting paid or whether they're getting gift cards or whatever it is they're doing to hurt us or hurt people with this. People have to learn work. They have to be in the with their partner. They have to poop. They have to do these things, and they cannot sit on your brain 24/7, like they make it seem like.
No, it's all automated. Yeah, and they couldn't handle this kind of torture. Humans, there's only a limit to how much torture other humans giving the torture can take. There's not that, and listen, for the number of TIs, there aren't that many. There's a lot of psychopaths in the world who would totally love to torture people. Don't get me wrong, I know there are. They're sick bastards, but that's aside from. This is too automated. It's too instant. The synthetic telepathy is too instant. That's not a naturally occurring thing. It's too mathematically impossible. It's too improbable.
And when it happens when they wake you up at 3 a.m. or whatever it is, and it's someone's voice or a voice setting is what I like to say. It's that person can't be doing that exactly at that moment when they wake you up with a frequency at 3. They just use the technology, just using that same voice setting over and over and over and over. Is what it seems like. But anyway.
So it's unfathomable what they're doing. That the government, the military complex does this. Yeah, hon. Hi, Ann.
When I was talking about my landlord, you know, they know
gone.
because it's long enough. You know, they've been at it so long that they knew that I wouldn't think that she was perping me. You know, that she was connected in some way. But I'm thinking about it, and I'm thinking they must have been practicing telepathy. All right, brain linking. That's what they were doing. They were brain linking us. But the other thing that I heard you say you didn't read it yet, but this may be interesting for everybody. On Newsweek, it came out, Inside the Military Secret Undercover Army. This may explain a lot, you know? And it's called, if anybody wants to look it up.
Did you read that? Did you read it, Ann? I still haven't read it.
I sent it to you.
I know. I've got to read it. I read like the blurb about it, but I was like, oh crap, what's that about? So explain what you know about it.
Well, if anybody on the call wants to look it up, it's May 17th, and it's in Newsweek, and it's called, oh my God, what is it called? Signature, oh Jesus. Should be right here.
Is this like the superhuman soldier cyber?
No. This is just boots on the ground. Here, I'll read it. I'm reading tonight, I guess. The largest undercover force the world has ever known is one created by the Pentagon over the past decade. Some 60,000 people are now belong to the secret army, many working under masked identities and in low profile, all part of a broad program called, this is it, Signature Reduction. If you want to look it up, Newsweek Signature Reduction, May 17th. The force more than 10 times the size of the clandestine elements of the CIA carries out domestic and foreign assignments, both in military uniforms and under civilian cover in real life and online, sometimes hiding in private businesses, and some of them household name companies. So this explains boots on the ground, really.
I think so too.
They have,
and you know what? If it's 10 years, you can go back 30. If they're saying it's only 10 years, they've been around for 30 years. Then there's your boots on the ground right there. That's what I think
they're operating under assumed names, manufacturing disguises, and other devices to detection and identification.
But they could very easily be the black ops job that they go into homes and they have no clue. They're just doing their orders. You know, it's like who's the guy there? Mission Impossible, Tom Cruise, right? He'd get his orders. Of course, he'd get briefed on the case, but you know, he'd get his orders and then he'd go do his job. Well, sometimes he doesn't even know why he's really doing that job too, because who would? The higher ups, right? They say you got to do this, this, and this. Think of them like that. You got to do this, this, and this. Go put this, you know, this exact packaging or this exact object on Lily's porch. They have no clue there's cybernetic weapons involved. You know, all I know is I'm freaked out because they're making correlations with what's going on in my head with an object on the porch. Now, come on, and why? Because it freaks me out. They're trying to give me a message. They're trying to see the computer system is saying, okay, she did this, this, and this. So now we got to correlate with an object. So we keep her involved in this hyper game theory, you know. And I just ignore it and laugh at it now because you know, okay, I'm not playing no more. I did that for 20 years. I'm done. You know, 20-something years. So And those are the guys I think are responsible for it.
This line may explain the explosion of Pentagon cyber warfare, moreover, has led to thousands of spies who carry out their day-to-day work in various made-up personas. The very type of nefarious operations the United States decries when Russian and Chinese spies do the same. That's very telling, that sentence.
Boy, is it ever. Absolutely. 10 years, my butt. I bet you they've been doing this for who knows how long, a group like that. Now see, there's an example. If you have, think of it this way, if you have the CIA who have whistleblowers, you're going to have that group have whistleblowers if they knew what was really happening. Somebody would come forward and say, yeah, I was involved with neurological weapon system development. We tortured people for 35 years. Nobody's coming forward and saying that. Why? Because they don't know. How come? Because the information, the direct knowledge of what's really happening is only known by the highest ranking secret government officials, and they're known as the shadow government. And they are the ones who know about the weapons development system, above. Sometimes I wonder if the Joint Chiefs of Staff even know, but of course they do. The generals got to know. Dr. Duncan even says that in a book, that some of them know. So, because it begs the question: how can you torture somebody for 26 years? How can you torture somebody in the prime of their life for this long? How can you torture people for lifetimes? I don't know. It's mankind's darkest hour. That's what I believe. To do this. Because it's the ultimate blasphemy, violation of the sacred soul. So, you know what? There's been people who've experienced stuff like this before. Not to this level, but in history. So I guess we're in good company, Jesus healed people, and they still killed him. He healed somebody the night before they killed him. He healed the ear of a man. The priest of one of the soldiers, or the servant of one of the priests. And he had a sword. He was defending Jesus, and he cut the ear off, and Jesus healed the ear, and they still took him away and killed him. Okay, that's how tilted these people are. It's that mentality. Stupid. And they think they're going to get away with it because they don't learn from history. They live here and now. They're living for now, and they want this weapon system developed and to do whatever the agenda is that they want to do. That's what they're doing. And it doesn't make it any easier to understand it, but just got to talk strategy, shielding. Don't fall for it. It just occurred to me that things that are that look obvious, like let's say the app on the phone where they can push an app and somehow do something to somebody, that could be a CIA false flag to make people believe that's what it is. Anything to make us not know, and the general public not to know that these weapon systems exist. So they could see, the CIA could set something like that up to be able to blame them. Dr. Duncan on Facebook was always laughing that he thinks they're going to blame Elon Musk. They're setting Musk up with the Neuralink to once people realize they're being manipulated and that the technology is permeated, it's everywhere, then nobody will know about the real weapon system that's controlling it all. So they have to start leaking out the tech in people's minds to start thinking, well, it's possible. So it's everything, you got to consider everything a potential false flag for manipulation. And so could that be happening? It could certainly be, They make us believe anything. You got to bust everything wide open, just in case. Is that really doing that? I guess I'm not reading tonight. Maybe this conversation was more important. I don't know. I'm so sick of being harassed. I'm so sick of it. Hi, Frank. Frank, you want to talk? You're welcome to talk. It's not the Lily Show. What are you doing, Frank? Come on. Where are you?
I'm right
Tell
here.
us about your day. Well, you came back. You disappeared.
Yeah, I decided to come back.
Well, how's your day?
Okay, I'm having perpetrator wars over sleep, so they're staying up tonight. And I've got Dave Case's CD in the background, blaring. And so they're staying up tonight. And they aren't AI computers, they're two idiots.
What did they say to you?
Everything you can think of. To disparage you. Everything. Think of anything and everything anyone has ever said to you that would hurt you, and then put it times 10 in strength, and that's what they say to you. Over and over, all different. I get 2 of them all day long. And then I'll be trying to, I put up a new person on the advisory board today. Roy Ecox, I don't know if you know him, he's from England.
Oh, and, good. Awesome.
Yeah. So we've got Sue and we've got Roy, and we'll keep on going.
Awesome.
But anyway,
awesome.
I was trying to do that, and they were blanking out. I was going between Targeted Massachusetts and the Allen Institute websites because I was working on both at the same time. So, that's the wrong website. And they'll step on your memory and put you in a total blank so you can't remember what the hell you're doing. So, it doesn't make me angry, and I don't fight the thoughts because that will make it worse. You have to just let it go. Forget it. And, sooner or later you'll catch hold of what's going on and continue. But it's, you get upset, but you don't. I don't even raise an eyebrow anymore. They're becoming an annoyance. I'm used to all of the pain they inflict. I'm used to having my breath shortened. I'm used to pinpoint headaches. I'm used to having an ice pick driven into my ear. You're used to it. And then if you get it again, well, you're used to it very quickly. So it's just, they're annoyances that have to go to prison. And they know it. They can't get away from it. They can't put it down. And they're part of the 62% of the population that will push buttons to hurt people. And they did a scientific test to prove that.
Milgram's experiment.
Milgram. Yeah. See?
That's it.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Frank. It sucks.
Oh, that's okay. We'll beat them. We're gaining on them every day. With each little piece of information that we get, every new electrical idea that we hear, we learn. But what we have to do is look where this started. There were no satellites. There was nothing. So the V2K possibly was the only thing that was out in '76, because that's very easy to create. They said, even Eldon Bird said it. If you don't research Eldon Bird, you should. But he said, well, the voices are nothing. They're easy to create. And at one point, two people were trying to influence the President of the United States at the time. And Eldon Bird said, well, you could have used the telephone, because the old telephones had a magnetic flux when you stopped talking. So they could have used the telephones. But there's a lot of stuff. You got to study Eldon Bird. You got to start at the beginning before you can get to the end. So, that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to figure out what was around then that they could use. And Mr. Duncan even said that they used power line communication back then. So, with that, I'm looking up power line communication devices. So that's my project that I was going to get into today, but it's turning into a sleepover of two perps and their two signals, and myself. So it's too bad to have to spend the night this way, but hey, they deserve it.
Well, there's nothing worse than laying there and trying to go to sleep, and part of you is like dozing, and then the other part of you is awake. Oh,
yeah.
There's nothing worse than that. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot. Okay, there are some things worse than that, but you know what I mean. It sucks.
Yeah, you should get everybody to. Oh, thanks, Nance. You should research. Just take one night off of Dr. Duncan's book and research what was around back then, because they had V2K. They had V2K then. It's documented, okay, and in medical journals everywhere. They had it. The medical psychiatric community endorsed it. They had a grant. I have the grant number. So, I mean, there's a lot of things. And another funny part is the Veterans Administration also endorsed it.
Wow.
So, but I don't want to interrupt
weird, Frank?
Call.
No, please do. Please stay, please. Isn't it weird? Don't you think it's weird that you have, what do you call it, documentation, like the Frey effect exists, right? You have documentation that these things exist, and nobody has said, if it exists, I wonder what people would do with that. Nobody's asked that. Why hasn't anybody? It's got to be because they aren't experiencing it. I think they think they're not. Maybe they don't say, well, I'm not tortured.
Hi, Eiffel. Well, if you look at it this way, it puts it in a different light. If several thousand people, we'll say, in the United States came up with one kind of flu, and nobody else got it, and there were no symptoms, except when you got home, nobody would believe you had it. Because looking at you, you're fine. Right. We're targeted. People look at us, we're fine, we're walking, we're talking, we're in great shape, so it seems, But all the time, they don't understand that we're fighting 1 to 2 or more perps all the time. All the time. When you're walking down the street, they're sitting on a street light or one of the power lines, and they follow you while you're walking, telling you how you suck and all this other stuff. And, it's a total drag. It really is.
Wow.
So it's not, people say, oh, well, I'm going to move out. Well, sometimes it's probably a good idea just for a change. What do they say? A change is as good as a rest. But you're not going to escape them. You're not. You're just not going to do it. So look for countries that don't have it. But you'll fly there and you'll bring your own with you. So beware.
Oh, yeah, it's awful. They're so sick for it.
Oh, it's just sick that they're addicted gamers is what they are. Because they start out, they even admitted it, started out as a joke, right? Well, we'll just do it one more day, and then we'll stop. Oh, we'll just try it one more day, or maybe one more week, or one more month. And then it gets to, well, it's the end of the year. Why don't we just try it for another year? And so I'm up to just about 10 years in October, and I am really pissed. I am really pissed. And I know a lot of people don't like to hear Marilyn talk, but she's trying to get someone's attention because she is terribly targeted the same way. And I know she comes up with, some racial things that maybe some people don't like, and that's okay. She's venting, so just give her 10 minutes to vent and say, okay, Marilyn, it's been like 10 minutes, come back in another half hour and take 10 more. But she just wants to be, she just wants to be listened to. She wants to be heard. She wants to be part of the group, and she doesn't feel like anybody wants her. And, it's really crashing her. She has to know that the community's behind her. So remember that when you talk to her.
I haven't heard from her.
Yeah, well, that could be her boyfriend is like a Nazi because he has now taken her phone and he has put his name on the message. So this is Kirk and Marilyn. Leave a message at the tone. So you can't even, I don't leave a message now because it's Kirk and Marilyn. And like I say, he doesn't believe her. He unplugs the TV, turns the internet off for days, and that's her only contact with us. So that's all I'm going to say about that. I don't want to...
Well, she's welcome on this call anytime.
Oh,
she's welcome to talk on this call, always.
Yeah, just let her vent, and she'll be fine. Just let her vent. And when she gets carrying on, well, it's probably making her feel better, so that's why she does it. So you just got to cut her off at 10, 12, 15 minutes maybe. And, don't jump off the call because she's on there. Just hang in with her and support her. And
of course.
Yeah, she's great to talk to.
She's a sweetheart. I love Marilyn. I know it's hard. It's so hard for her. Oh my God.
Well, she started in Harlem, and she moved to just south of Boston in North Quincy, and then she moved to Ohio, and I guess Ohio has been sort of like a stagnation thing. But I still highly recommend Dave Case's CD, If you don't know the site, just go to Targeted Massachusetts. On the left-hand side, you'll see a CD, a silver one. Just click on it. It'll take you right to his site. And you have to understand that my telephone sites are in rough shape. Targeted Massachusetts is actually 45 pages long. So the phone is, a half a dozen pages long, if you're lucky. And so you need to have a computer or find a way to get to the main site. But yeah, it's been one of those days, I should have just done what I usually do on holidays, and that is just shut everything down and rest, But I said, well, I want to get this done. I want to make sure that Sue's column is okay, and I put Roy's up today, and it's just, it's a hassle, it really is. Mm-hmm. But, we're making progress, and I don't feel bad tonight. As a matter of fact, I feel pretty good. I'm just bullshit that they bothered me in such a way that they got me so upset that I have Dave Case's CD on in the background, and it's going to stay on, and that's the way it is, They know it, too.
Hi, Frank.
And I have to go out to what? Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. I have a suggestion. I don't know if this is going to help you because you're in a little different situation. I get music, and sometimes they play it over and over. I wake up in the night, I go to the bathroom, it's the same song. I get up in the morning. Today, they finally changed the song. I get another song. You know what helped? I did what somebody said on here, one of the men I think that you were talking to at one point. I started thinking and speaking colors and numbers and colors and numbers and changing the numbers and the colors and equations and just all kinds of different percentages of just stupid stuff, all kinds of stuff.
Well, just watch.
And I kept doing it. And you know what? The song stopped. It went away.
Well, that's good.
They're not playing it.
You know what they do with songs with me? If I say the word home, they'll come up with a song, bang, in a couple of seconds that has to do with home. Or any word that you can think of, like cry out for that rally. They'll come up with a bunch of songs like from the 50s, like with the crystals or the diamonds, and they'll come up with a song every time I say something. They'll come up with a song that goes with it. So This is what they do. They store all of your information, and they use it against you later on. So any new targets that have V2K, keep Dave Case's headphone, or put some headphones on, or have something you can focus on so that they can't get at you that easily. So,
the song
that's
over and over and over, just
that's no fun. You can block that, though, if you work.
I did.
With your own mind.
It went away.
Yeah, and they say the mind has no firewall, but you can build one. If you say to yourself, and you picture a big brick, ironclad firewall that's impenetrable, your subconscious mind will believe that. And every time something like this happens, that wall will pop up. I've got to get back in the habit of doing it. See, your subconscious mind is very, very powerful. That's where all your emotions, all your feelings, all your hopes, wants, and desires come from. Now, if you had a bad experience with a person, that bad experience with that person is recorded in your subconscious. Now, every time you meet or speak with this person, those feelings are going to come up. And what you got to do is, this is just an example, but, say, hi, Jim, how you doing? What's happening? And put your hand out, shake his hand, That'll go down to your subconscious. Every time you see Jim, you'll be happy to see him. So, that's just a simple way to correlate your targeting. That's why I always say think positively. Because if you do, like I am thinking positively right now. And it goes down to your subconscious. So it makes the targeting a lot easier because, a lot of people they get totally afraid of this. Don't be afraid of it. Don't take orders from them. Stand up to them. Stand up to them and kick sand in their face. Because all they are is a couple of tiny little signals. That's all they are. And yeah, they can't hurt you. And yeah, they can't say a bunch of bad stuff to you. But you know what? You all believe in God.
Yes.
You all have faith. Use that faith. Use it. And rely on it. And
I throw that at them all the time, and I tell them I'm not afraid of them. I fear God, not you. Only God.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
Every night before you go to bed, say, I feel young and strong. Every night before you go to bed. Because you could be 25 years old or 28 years old, and they'll drain the life right out of you because you don't have any life experience yet enough to fight these things. So you have to have some background in it, and you have to study it. We get a lot of information from these calls, but you have to go to the scientists. Mr. Duncan, as of late, Mr. Duncan doesn't go into the past that much. You got to go back to 75 and 76. That's where you have to go. And 74 is when that grant was approved to study V2K. And a representative from Lockheed Martin was there. I believe it was Lockheed Martin. One of them was there. But it says it. And it even says that he disapproved of the report. So it's something you can read. I have it. I'll anybody that wants it, I'll give it to you. It's really easy. There's actually a hidden paper within it, and the hidden paper is written in glyphs like, and it runs beside the main paper. So there's references to it in all the medical journals. So, but it's a terrible thing if you think it's controlling you, because it's not. Take your life back. Okay, Lily, take your call back. I'm going to go to bed.
Good night, Frank.
I'm going to listen. Good night, and I love you all so much.
Love you too, Frank.
Thanks, Frank.
Good night.
Yeah. The TI community loves you, Frank. We all do.
Yep.
So thank you. Thank you for visiting. I think I almost passed out. Nice little break.
You done? You done, Lily?
I'm not drooling yet, Sheila. I gotta wait for the drool factor to kick in.
Oh no. These calls are good because I'll tell you something. I've been trying to do my fried chicken. I soak it though, don't mind you, and it's got stuff in it. I've been trying to do my fried chicken for 3 days. They wouldn't let me do it. And I listen to you guys. I cook, make stuff while I'm listening to you. It's wonderful. Thank you so much for your calls. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
It's from my heart.
I wish you lived near me. I'd eat your food. Not good.
What?
That wouldn't be good.
What's that? What's that?
the steak and onions you posted the other day on Facebook, I was like, yeah. If I wish I lived near you because I'd eat your food that you post. I'm like, oh my gosh, that looks so amazing.
It's delicious. I just like food.
Yeah.
I got just like good food. That's all. Lots of it too.
I like it when other people cook it.
Oh, everybody.
So yummy. So yummy.
It's just the old way. You know, the old way was a long. Even some younger people do it the old way now, but it takes hours to do good food, you know. And anyway, I used the food as my direction, and they kind of kept me from doing some of that. And then I was worried about my brother. They cut off his air conditioning on Thursday, and the poor guy doesn't have it. Somebody come until tomorrow. I tried to get him to come here and spend the night. I said, you can have my bed, you know, I'll sleep in my living room. It's okay. And he wouldn't do that. And his 2 dogs, you know. And so I told him, if they don't fix it tomorrow, you come here and you can stay here. But you know what? He just had that system done. It cost him $2,000. Now, this is something. And then he said, I said, well, get a hold of the company. He said the guy died.
No.
Yeah. So now he's got to have another company coming out. And they said they couldn't, last week they told him they couldn't get here till Tuesday because of our heat problem here. So he hasn't had any air conditioning, and he's got that, you know, heart trouble stuff.
Yeah. What do you guys have in the heat wave, huh?
Yeah, it's been warm, but not as warm as earlier in last week. It was 110 here.
Holy guacamole!
Yeah,
in Washington?
Yes, in Spokane. Yes, and then
110.
Yeah, on Tuesday last week.
I've never heard of that in Spokane.
I know. We haven't
Washington.
Either. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So his air conditioner just went out, you know, and he just had it done not very long ago. His whole system, you know, he's got a nice house. It goes through the whole house, you know, central air, and he had the whole thing done, and I don't know, you know.
Wow.
So I've been kind of caught up mentally with that, you know, and I told him, no, he's going to come here. I said, you're going to come here and stay with me tomorrow if they don't fix it. So that's it, I said. Think he'll listen? Gosh, I know. I don't either. Well, I'm going to shut down now because I got to try to prepare the rest of this. At least I got it done, and I'm thankful. Thank you. You helped. You helped me.
Good.
How are you?
I'm fine too, Lily.
All right, Trace. Hey, I'll call you soon.
Bye.
Thanks for being so patient with me. I had such a hard week.
Oh, no problem. I'm just sorry if I interrupted. And we'll get together, and I'll just chat, and I'll bounce a couple things off if you don't mind at some point.
Never mind. No.
But thank you.
Hey, Tracy.
Hello, yeah? Yes.
I left you an email that said to call me if you want to. I read your email, and I answered it.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I saw that this evening while I was on here. And, I'll probably give you a holler, too. And I want to ask you a couple of things, too. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Yeah, it's just been crazy with all this medical junk going on and other things. But anyway, yeah, I'll give you a holler probably the next couple of days or something.
All right. Talk to you then. Night.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So thanks, Lily, too, for letting me share and everything everybody had to say. Listen, it's really helpful. So thank you.
You're very welcome, Tracy. Thank you for coming in and talking.
Yeah, thanks.
I hope it's helpful.
No, good knowledge. Thank you. Yeah, you have a lot of good knowledge and stuff to share. It's helpful a lot. So have a good night. And
good night, Tracy. Have a good week.
Good night.
See you next week. We'll talk soon.
Yeah, we'll catch up or get a hold of each other one way or another. Okay. Okay, good night.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good night. Anybody? Bueller? Anybody?
Did you say something to me?
No, I said Bueller. Anybody?
Oh.
Anybody? Bueller? Anybody?
Oh. Good night, Lily.
Good night, Sheila. Have a good sleep.
Yeah, you too, Frank. Good night.
Okay. Well, it's 1:20 here on the East Coast, and I think we've quieted down. I think we're going to call it a night. I think I'm about to start drooling. It's official. I'm going to pass out. Ugh. It's been a long day. Well, if there's not anyone would like to add, let's just go ahead and wrap it up. I don't know why we didn't get to Robert's book, but I didn't mean for that to happen. So,
well, I got a question.
Oh, hi, Doug.
Hi. I was just wondering, has anybody heard about this lawyer Ray Schumann trying to help a particular TI and how that's going? I haven't heard about that for several months.
Yeah, I haven't even heard anything about him in a long time either. So that's a no for me. I have no idea.
Oh, okay. I'm just wondering.
I think he has a website you could look up.
Yeah, like a legal co-op, I think is what it is.
Yeah.
And I was just wondering if anybody heard. He was helping some girl, and anyways, it's just a matter of once, some lawyers, break ground about this harassment one way or another, it'll be a different, something we can work with. But I haven't heard, so I'll look it up and trying to find. I don't know. Someone says he won't talk about the case, so it's hard to find out exactly what's going on. I forget who was trying to out, but if there's legal ground that is won, I mean, obviously that's great for the TI community because once one lawsuit is broken, we often fall right in line. So I think it's important to find out what happens you know, how he does with his litigation, helping this individual. So, anyways, I was just curious if everybody heard. That's all.
I'm going to close the call down now. If nobody else has anything to offer, so we can all get to bed at a decent hour. Okay, so everybody have a good night. Frank will see you here on Wednesday, and I'll see you here back next Monday. Good night, everybody. Big hugs.
Good night. Good night, Frank. Good night, Lily.
Good night, sweetie. Love you guys.